What brings you here?
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance. Well met. Light bless you. Be careful.
Isha Fila. How may I help? Farewell.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. I'm running a little behind tonight. I was actually planning on watching the Tyson fight tonight, but they're like, oh, it's this event's starting at 8, and then this is going to be right at, it'll be coming in, and then over an hour into it, they're like, yeah, the Tyson fight will be up in like 2 hours. I'm like, oh, that's great. So that's completely wasted time this evening. But we're gonna get in and play some Sengoku Dynasty. So I don't know officially what day it will be happening on, but I'm actually getting back into raiding in WoW. So I will be raiding either Thursday or Friday nights. I'm not sure which, but I'll probably be streaming the raids for that. It is just Season of Discovery, so it's not like it'll be any kind of hardcore raiding or anything like that. But it should be mildly entertaining, and then things will be more interesting once we get to the newer content that they're going to be releasing. That they'll, the new content that they're adding in that's never before been in WoW. So they're adding 2 new instances into the game, and it's unconfirmed whether one or both of them are going to be raid zones or not, but we'll see. Hey, what's up, Tank? But yeah, just doing the SOD thing, I didn't want to commit to another 9 to 15 hours a week raiding in Kata or anything along those lines. And the guild that we started in Kata had kind of bled over to SOD back when SOD first started, and it's still got a pretty good following. So I decided to go back and raid with them because they're doing most of their raid content in an hour or less. So doing an hour a night or something like that isn't too bad. Yeah, that was kind of the problem I had. I mean, I've been out of WoW for a few. Actually, let me get some of the light turned down here. I feel like I'm turning into a ghost on screen. I played, I've been out of WoW for a couple of months now at this point, basically since I started streaming, and I got into streaming because of the giant hole that was freed up in my time from no longer raid leading and co-GMing a guild. And yeah, I mean, it was just like the insane amount of time that I was putting into playing that game was absolutely nuts. I mean, it was easily a 60-hour-a-week job, if not more. I mean, I had to spend so much time going through and paying attention to what everybody's doing in Warcraft logs. I had to being raid lead, it's just such a, if you're gonna do it the right way, it is a massive undertaking. And it's like, if you're just doing like a chill guild where nobody cares about anything. But I mean, we were I think we were at one point during Kata, we were like number 3 on the server. So I mean, we were doing really well. But I mean, when you're playing at that level, it's like, and you're raid leading, you just have to live in Warcraft logs. I mean, if you're not raiding, then you're in Warcraft logs. It's just what you do. So I mean, it was just constantly going in, finding out where people are screwing stuff up, helping people tweak their rotations and all that kind of stuff, trying to get more damage out of it. And just I'm pretty hands-on and a little controlling with that kind of stuff anyways. I didn't want any of my raiders slacking and not doing what they were supposed to be doing, so we were constantly going and looking for problem children. And of course, classic, once we got into the Cataclysm age, there were a lot of slackers because a lot of the good people had left the server by that point. Like a couple of the top guilds had left. Hey quit playing. They dropped down to a pseudo 10-man group and barely really even played anymore. And Blitz left the server and took a bunch of people with them, and like several other guilds all just kind of imploded because no one wanted to do that content. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wonder on that one if that was one of the things that I always my co-GM and I always joked about. I was like, man, if I could control like 5 computers at the same time, I'd kick like 4 of our raiders and just 5, like 5 box rating. But But yeah, programming some AI to raid with you, that's it's not a bad idea. So yeah, SOD is a lot more kind of like laid back. It'll give me it'll scratch the itch for wanting to play WoW. It'll let me continue to do things with some of the people that like several people that I raided with in Kata are also playing SOD, so they're actually still doing both. So it'll let me get back in and kind of bullshit with some of those guys more and actually have a good time playing. And SOD is just a lot more laid back. I mean, they're doing they've busted all the 40-man raids down into 20-man raids, and then they added flex raiding. So all of the raids can be done with 20-man, and that's what most of the more hardcore SOD groups are doing. And then you can flex raid all the way up to 40. So it's like the footprint for getting in and raiding is just so much less now than what it used to be. And like you can do the entire Blackwing layer in like 45 minutes with 20 people. So yeah, I mean, it's the stuff that they did with SOD. The hardcore, like crazy hardcore people are not a fan of it, because a lot of people call SOD Season of Dads because the content was just so much easier. I mean, when they limited it to level 20, I ran in the #1 guild on on Wild Growth. I don't know how we ranked in the world, but I think there were only 3 servers at the time. We were the #1 guild on the server, and I think our fastest time on the first raid was 15 minutes. So I mean, we could clear the entire first raid in 15 minutes, which was they rebuilt Black Fathom Deeps at level 20 and added some new bosses and turned it into a raid zone. Oh yeah. So yeah, I didn't know if you were playing back then. Yeah, it's better now. Now that they've upped the level and they've started introducing the 40-man content, it seems to be a lot more fun. Plus, they're adding a lot of new things. They have I forget what weapon it is that you can use, but there is a quest line that you can do in the game that essentially gives you the fire cat for druids that druids get out of Firelands in Kata Classic. You can get a very similar fire cat skin for your druid cat skin by completing one of the quests in SOD right now, which is really neat. And then when they're releasing AQ40, the group of people that one of the reasons that I'm running kind of behind is they just ran me through BFD to get a big jump in XP, because I literally haven't played SOD since BFD was the raid zone. So like my character was level 25. but yeah, so they ran me through the raid zone just to get a bunch of XP real quick. And one of the guys in there was just talking about the fact that they're changing AQ40 to where it will have the bug mounts. They're adding a new set of bug mounts that are actually going to be rideable outside of AQ40. So it's basically like the Scarab Lord achievement for getting the black one is essentially going to be something that everyone can get, with these other types of mounts that will drop from inside of the zone. I don't know exactly what the acquisition is on them yet, because I literally just made the decision to start playing WoW again today. So I don't know exactly how you're going to get those mounts yet. I'm under the impression that they may be replacing the drops of the ones that used to be in there. They're just new ones that you'll be able to ride inside and outside of AQ40. But some of the other stuff that they've been doing, where they did the heat waves in Molten Core, I thought the heat wave concept was kind of cool. As just something different. And then they're doing like almost like a mythic dungeon concept for doing BWL, so you can kick up the difficulty of BWL by adding some random effects to the zone, which make it a little bit harder, and then it drops more loot if you complete it on those higher difficulty levels. So just kind of a really cool concept. They also went back and changed all of the class gear, so it's all tokens now. So it's similar to like Burning Crusade and Wrath. So like a token will drop, and like 3 different classes can use it to turn in for their tier gear. And then they also put in a thing called core forging, so you can all of the set bonuses only go up to 8 now. Or I'm sorry, only go up to 6, but they're still all 8 pieces of gear. And if you core forge your items, you can basically put set bonuses from tier 1 on tier 2 gear. So it's all of the stats of the tier 2 gear, but it switches its set bonus from tier 2 to tier 1. So technically you could have like a 6-piece bonus and a 2-piece bonus, but all of it is tier 2 gear. Or you could go for like 2 4-piece bonuses, like whichever one is more beneficial to you. So it gives you a lot more customization. They added a lot of new weapons, like I think in BWL they added a class weapon for every single class. And the weapon, I don't know if you get a different weapon based on what spec you are, or if it changes based on your spec or what. But yeah, like the top weapons for every class right now are, they seem to be basically a class weapon that is designed specifically for your class and only your class can use it. And they buffed the shit out of paladins, they buffed the shit out of druids. With the changes and new itemization that they're doing in AQ40, they're saying that feral druids may be the top tank in the game, which is going to be a pretty massive change from where it used to be, and warriors are like the bottom tank right now. So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's super low investment, which is the part that I like. Now, there's still a lot of other stuff to do. They added a lot of like world PvP and things along those lines. And if you want to get like all the cool collectibles and some of the gear you need, then you've got to grind those open world PvP events for tokens or rep. And then you can get some of the new itemization stuff that they're doing. They're adding via the PvP system, so you may have to PvP to get some of your BIS gear in some cases. So, I mean, that's hit or miss depending on if you're a huge fan of PvP or if you absolutely hate it. But I mean, it's just another option to be able to get some gear and things like that. They're adding new mounts. They're adding a blood-soaked tiger and a blood-soaked raptor, which will be interesting. So it'll be like I said, it'll be fun to see how things work out. They continue to add more the runes that they had. They added them for more slots. So before it was just like gloves, legs, and chest, but now they have them for like rings and maybe helmets. I think there was only like 3 pieces of gear or something like that you don't get runes for now. So that's there's a lot more skills that they've added for all the classes. So it kind of rounded them all out a little bit more. They essentially added the melee hunter build from I forget which expansion they added that in. May have been Legion. I can't remember, but they basically gave all of the abilities to play the melee hunter build in SOD. I'm not personally a big fan of that. I think the concept of a melee hunter is absolutely stupid. It's like, if you want to play a melee hunter, then play a rogue. But I don't know. If they would have added it as an additional thing, I would have been fine with it. But the fact that they eat up the survival talent tree to do it, it frustrates me, because previously, if you wanted to be a range build hunter, I always hated marksmanship because you always had to stand still, and all of the shots and stuff had really long timers on them. So my 2 favorite builds to play were Beast Mastery and Survival, and then now they've replaced the survival tree with Melee Hunter. It's like, so if you're Survival, you're a Melee Hunter, and most of the time Beast Mastery is not a top spec. So it's like the 2 specs that I enjoyed playing are now, one of them just never gets in the spotlight, and the other one has been massacred for a completely different build. So I no longer approve of playing Hunter. I think Hunter's dumb. So yeah, that's my stance on it currently. That's why I decided to not play the Hunter, and I'm actually rolling Feral Druid. I'm gonna tank for this group. I miss tanking from the DK days, and I was tanking this stuff in like AQ40 and in the early days of Classic as well. So that it's kind of coming back down memory lane a little bit, doing something other than DPS this time around, which should be fun. I'll stream it so everybody can watch Boss Crotch all the time. Be A lot of fun. Yeah, that would have been interesting. They actually, in Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, they built their Ranger class to play like that, which is really interesting. The Ranger class has an ability to leap into battle and do a bunch of melee swings, and then they do a backflip out and then do a bunch of bow attacks, and they're constantly bouncing back and forth between ranged and melee. So basically exactly what you're looking, like the concept that you're describing there is the Ranger class in Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That game is still currently in like a early access alpha state, so not unfortunately not something you can really get into and play right now, but eventually it should release, and they got some really neat ideas for classes. Yeah, I also hated how when they did the change in Legion for Hunters, not only did they make the spec for survival is a melee spec, they changed the marksman spec to not have a pet. So now there's only two builds that have a pet, and one of them is melee. So I was like, okay, so if I actually want to be a real hunter from old school WoW, there's only one spec I can play, and it's never the best spec anymore. Like, whenever Beast Mastery is the top spec, it's just insanely broken. They always like overdo it, and then they nerf the crap out of it because, you know, of course people are having fun, and they're like, oh, we can't have that. I'm trying to refill my stores here, so I'm sure it's pretty boring watching me run around and whack on some trees for a bit, but it is what it is. Oh, and I posted it in my streaming Discord, but just a word out for anyone that's in the channel right now. If you subscribed to the channel with Amazon Prime, with a Prime sub, don't forget you do actually have to renew those every month. They give you, it's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I completely understand why they did it, and I think it's stupid. They basically just want as much money as they can get for themselves, and they don't want to share it. But yeah, if you subbed with an Amazon Prime sub, make sure and check your sub and see when it's going to expire, because from the date of expiration, you get like 6 or 7 days or something like that to renew the sub, or you lose your streak for subbing, which makes you lose all of your credit towards you know, like multi-subs. So, you know, getting channel points will slow down, and you don't get access to all of the icons and all that random stuff. I mean, if it's not something you care about, you know, it's not a big deal, but just wanted to make sure everybody knows what's going on with that. I was completely unaware of how Prime subs worked previous to running this channel, so. Yeah, I kind of like the concept that they have the melee hunter, only for the simple fact that when they went to the melee hunter system, they basically abolished melee weaving. which I absolutely hated the concept of melee weaving. It's just one of those things that it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, you're going to do more damage, and there are a percentage of people out there that will do it, and that will skew their, you know, like their damage to be insanely high. So then when people are looking at you on, you know, on things like Warcraft logs, and they're looking for, you know, it's like, oh, where do you rank, you know, on the server or whatever as, you know, XYZ class. It's like you're automatically not going to be in the top 10 if you're not melee weaving. But melee weaving is one of those things where it's just like such a perfect storm to actually get the insane run and get the really high damage. Like you'll do a boss, you know, 10 or 15 weeks in a row, and you might get that top damage on it once. But then once you do, you're solidified in the top 10, and no one can touch you if they're not also melee weaving. Which then just started causing people to be like, oh yeah, you're not a good hunter because you're not even in the top 10 on the server. And it's like, yeah, it's those dudes like one-offed. It's like check their average damage, see what kind of damage they do normally on that fight. It's like everybody is just so like fixated with wanting to, you know, wanting to look at Warcraft logs, and they just want to see the highest numbers. Yeah, I will say that I learned a lot about Warcraft logs, and the more that I was a raid leader, the more that I hated Warcraft logs. And it wasn't because I was having to spend more time in it and doing things with it. It was because I learned more about it and understood more about what it was that Warcraft logs could do for a raid team, and then what it was people were actually using Warcraft logs for, which was really, really fucking sad. Like, everybody was only interested in top damage. They only wanted to look at your character card, and it's like, oh, you're not orange parsing on everything. It's like most of those dudes aren't orange parsing every single time either. It's like, you know, I did hardcore orange parsing in Classic, in TBC. And like most of the crazy orange parses I got like twice in the entire expansion. You know, like the entire time we were in a phase fighting a set of bosses, I would get like 98s, you know, like once or twice on a given boss. It's like no one is orange parsing every single time unless they're doing this stuff professionally. I mean, it's like unless they're eating, breathing, and sleeping, playing this game and practicing, they're not orange parsing every single fight, every single time. Yeah, like it was really neat, and how much it boils down to, like, a lot of times the difference between an orange parse and not an orange parse is, did you do your opener right? It's like, oh, you screwed up your opener? Yeah, you're not gonna parse on this fight, sorry. You're done. Yeah, it's like Warcraft logs is a great tool, but I really wish that they would have left that open for like raid leads and stuff so that you could go in and see actual numbers. But the fact that they actually put people in a ranking system, and that's what everybody became infatuated with, I think it did far more damage to WoW than it actually helps. Like, it alienates so many players that are actually decent at the game and aren't going to stop you from killing a boss. It's like in Classic, if you can't kill a boss, it's not because one dude is gray parsing. It's because your team sucks. Yeah, exactly. Following mechanics was a giant punishment as well, which is really unfortunate. Let me go see how many people I need for that special project over there. Yeah, it was like things that you had to do. Like one of the best ones was was it a Nubricon or a Nubarak? I forget which one it was, but the one at the end of Trial of the Grand Crusader. That particular boss, like, you have to kill the ads, but they would only give each person like credit for, I think it was like 250,000 DPS, and anything that you did over that no longer counted towards your parse. But still, those ads had to die. I mean, and I had like some mages that if they went full bore on that shit, they could do like 600,000 or 700,000 DPS on those ads because they just did crazy AE. But a lot of them wouldn't do it because they wanted to focus more single target on the boss to get a better parse. And it's like, the ads have to die. If the ads don't die, we don't kill the boss and you don't parse. Like, I just don't understand why they made that a thing. It's like, if somebody wants to sit there and DPS those ads like crazy, anyone else that plays that class can do the same thing. Let them fight over parses that way. It's like, it's irrelevant. That, or they should have just like capped mages in a different way and said, hey, you get full damage on, you know, on the ads, but only 80% of the damage you do to the boss counts. So, you know, it behooves you to blow up those ads, but then other people don't necessarily work the same way. So it would kind of like spread the damage out properly. And, you know, it's like, it's just, and it's all Warcraft Logs' fault that that happens. Like, they could have come up with a better system to handle that, but they just don't. I need 6 workers to finish that bridge to get up to that shrine. It's a lot more workers than I was expecting, unfortunately. No, actually, I have 6 unemployed right now. Where the hell are they? 2, 3, 4 are in Ajiro. I probably should just transfer them over to this place and then set them to work on this. So maybe I'll go ahead and build the thing on here. The thing. Yeah, exactly. Are you getting hyped for PoE 2? Yeah. Yeah, I heard they're doing some kind of like special event right now. I haven't gotten into it. I was playing in the Settler League and did as much as I wanted to do in it. I kind of got a little bored with it. They have some cool things that they added to the Settler League, but then some of the things are really annoying. Like, building up the town is fun, but then having to go back there and interact with it and stuff constantly was really annoying. Plus, I was constantly having issues where my followers, if I sent them even into low-level maps, they were just getting obliterated and dying, and I was like, this is stupid. I'm losing followers left and right in like tier 1 maps. It's like, this is like stupid. So that got under my skin a little bit, and I wasn't enjoying that. Plus, I also hated how they, like, I really liked the fact that they put in the currency trading system, but then they tied it to the gold from the city. It's like, that should have just been free. You should have just allowed people to trade currency. There shouldn't have been there should be no other currency involved in trading currency. So I hope they reconsider that in the future, because I'm assuming that's probably going to be a thing that'll be here to stay. Oh, that's interesting though. Yeah. Yeah, I heard it was Settlers League with like 1 or 2 other previous seasons attached to it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand that a little bit, but the fact that it ramped up so high with larger trades, like it cost a fortune if you wanted to trade like uh like one div for a bunch of chaos orbs. Like it absolutely murdered your gold count because they based it on the number of items in the trade, and it was just like really annoying. I'm fine with them, you know, having some kind of gold count in there, but yeah, like that ramp needs to be like a third of what it is, because then you can't actually, if you're trying to trade currency, then you can't actually do the city stuff. And people were already doing these currency tradings and stuff essentially as bots through the website anyways, so it's like all they were doing was just making it a quality of life thing for people. So it's like I don't think that they would have really changed much. Like I'm sure using the websites, you could completely make that run by a bot as well. I mean, it would be a little more complicated, but I'm sure it could be done if you're using like PoE Trade or something like that. And then I forget the name of the other site. Another guy that plays the game a lot was telling me about it. Yeah. Another guy that was playing the game, he plays it a whole lot as well. There's another site that people were using outside of PoE Trade. I had heard of it before, but I don't remember the name. But they would make like crazy over-the-top weapons and armors, like, you know, like rolling currencies and stuff on them to make really crazy weapons, and then selling them for tons and tons of div. And it's like, you know, when you got sites like that out there running, it's like, who cares if bots are trading currency? It's like, that's the least of the problems. Oh crap, I need bamboo. I don't even know if there's any around here. And I don't even have any space. I forgot to drop the crap in the bank before I left. Whoops. Yeah, they as far as I know, they're using legit currencies, but I mean, how do you truly know? I mean, it's supposed to be another legit, you know, kind of group. It's supposed to be similar to like PoE Trade, but it's one that is not being run by grinding gears. So, you know, like who knows how legit the stuff is. And it also could just be a front for div selling as well. You know, like where somebody's like buying low-end currencies and rolling and getting a really badass item and then selling it for like 500 div and then selling the div for gold. So, you know, it's like that could be where, you know, like that could be part of it as well. So, you know, it still could have some RMT in there. I don't worry about that stuff too much, especially in a game like that. I mean, as far as real money goes in PoE, for me, PoE is a single player game with a multiplayer like component to it. I don't play the game with other people. I play the game at the same time and talk to other people about it. But it's like, I don't group with people in that game for basically anything. I mean, there's very tiny little things here and there, you know, like if you want to, I guess they have like 6-way maps now, but if you do like back in the day when you did the 5-way maps for XP and stuff like that, it's like that's the only reason I would group with people. Otherwise, I just do stuff completely solo. Yeah. So yeah, it's like if people want to buy currencies on that game, it doesn't really affect me. I don't really care that much. And usually the currencies are so cheap. I bought into currency in the game at one point when I played way back in the day. This was before they made the switch to div, when I forget what the other currency was. Was it exalted orbs? I think when they were still the top orb. Yeah, and I mean, you could buy exalted orbs for something like, I mean, they were like 30 cents a piece or something. I mean, they were like dirt cheap. So it was just, I mean, it was super late into the season too. So I'm sure people were just trying to like sell out of the stock that they had or whatever. But it's like when it's that cheap and you can completely kit out a badass build for like 200 div or something, it's like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's like $40 and you have this crazy insane character. It's, you know, it's not like playing some of these other games where like $40 won't even get you a single item. It's like I just don't mind it as much when that's the case. Like when it's reasonable for everybody to get in and do if that's what they want to do. It's like, that's cool, I don't care. Doesn't affect me at the end of the day. I mean, any more than anything else. People are like, oh my god, inflation, but it's like, yeah, but there's that many more people that are trying to craft that stuff as well, so it kind of balances itself out. Where is my, oh, there it is. Like, where did my wood stack go? Unload all these boards so I can carry logs. Actually, I should probably keep some sticks. 50 should be enough, hopefully. Oh wait, I have bamboo still. Yeah. Yeah, the bug abusers are usually pretty nuts. I mean, and we're kind of in one of those eras as well. If people can get away with buying currency, it's gonna happen. So it's like, you can sit around on your high horse and be like, I don't ever do this. But it's like, you're just gonna be behind everyone then. And if you're fine with that, then that's cool. But, you know, don't hate on people that want to be at the top of the game too, and they're tired of trying to compete with people that are impossible to compete against. I mean, if somebody can just open their wallet and dump, you know, $500 into the game and get all the gear that they want, and they just don't care, you know, like $500 is nothing to them. It's like, I would rather see you know, a pay to win concept where the pay was reasonable, you know, 30-40 bucks gets you everything you want, as opposed to having to do 500 or 1,000 or $10,000 to get all the stuff you want. It's like, I don't care what the competition is as long as it's reasonable. And when it's mostly a single player game, it doesn't really matter that much anyways. I guess my big argument on it is when it comes to pay to win stuff, I'm fine with it if it's being done by a group outside of the company. When the company that's making the game gets involved in the pay to win, I think it gets really bad then. That's when you see like the insane outrageous prices on stuff and things like that. But if it's like third party, you know, like Chinese gold farmer or whatever you want to call it, you know, it's like, I don't think it's as bad then, because they're super competitive and keep their prices low. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. I think I actually heard about that now that I think about it. Was that part of the Settler? Like the beginning of Settler? Okay, yeah. The Indifferus was telling me about that one, so... And I completely missed out on that one. I didn't know anything about it, or I probably would have done it myself. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I enjoy playing these games, but I want to do the badass, like, stuff at the top of the list that everybody else is doing as well. So, like, when they make this gear so insanely rare and hard to get to where if you don't buy it from other players, you will never see it. It's like, that's the point where I'm like, yeah, I'd just rather drop some money and just buy it, because I want the gear and I want to do the crazy top end stuff, and I don't want to have to play through, you know, 6 months of a 7-month season to be able to do the super cool in-game stuff for, you know, like 2 weeks, and then, oh, season's reset. Good luck. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like at the beginning of a league, Like if I did that one time and got 30 div out of it, I would be ecstatic. I mean, like that would be plenty enough for me. It's like I don't need to have millions of it. It's like I would just set on it until, you know, until div were you know, we're a little better as far as their trading capacity, and then, you know, just get the things that I wanted. Yeah, it's kind of the same problem that I have with Diablo. I mean, like Diablo 4 is having a similar issue right now. It's like I've done a lot of the stuff in the game and I have really good gear, but if I want to get that like really awesome top-end gear, it's just an absolute slog of RNG. It's like, you know, you have to go get an orange item that has exactly the perfect stats on it that you want. And so if you're looking for 4 stats, one of them can be a stat that you don't care about because you can re-roll that one. But so you have to get this insane rarity item that has all these amazing rolls on it, and then you have to re-roll the one stat that you don't want and hope that you get a high roll of the stat that you do want. With at least with that one, you can roll that one infinitely. It's like if you want to spend 5 billion gold on that, you know, re-roll to your heart's content. But then when you start like doing the rest of the rolls, you know, like and upgrading the stuff, and you know, like some of them becomes impossible. Like I bought something in the game the other day, last time I played, I think I spent like 3.5 billion gold on it and coastered the damn thing 5 minutes later trying to get the rolls on it that I needed in order for it to actually be an upgrade. And I paid that kind of gold for the item because I've literally never seen that item drop naturally. So it's like I will probably not get to a point to where I can afford to buy another one before the season's over. I mean, if I played it non-stop, I could probably do it okay, but I'm just not that into Diablo right now. I just kind of wanted to, you know, to roll for the top end stuff. And it's like that stuff needs to be reasonable. Like I hate how Blizzard kind of put in a like a number of rolls and then you can't do any more. It's like, I think if you want to spend, you know, 50 or 100 billion gold on trying to perfect roll an item, you should be able to roll on it infinitely. Just make it rare and I can just keep re-rolling, and if I get it, great. And if I get tired or run out of money, I can throw it in the bank, and when I get more money, I can try again. But like having to get that perfect drop to begin with and then just coastering it and it's worthless. Like it went from an insanely powerful item to no one will want this ever, you know? So it's like, I really hate that concept. And PoE has like even so many more layers of randomness for their crazy top end items. I kind of wish once you got to a certain point, it's like, oh yeah, if you can run like Shaper or, you know, like high-end Eater of Worlds or something like that, then you can get this cool currency that, you know, allows you to pick a stat on your on a piece of gear that absolutely won't change, in addition to all of the other options. You know, so that you could make some of those insane rarity things a little more realistic, even if that forced the item into being like no trade. You know, it's like, oh, well, now you can't ever trade this item, but it's, you know, you got this really cool thing, but you can't sell it. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, I mean, to an extent you can, but I mean, it's like a lot of things in PoE you can do with just like the uniques and stuff. You know, like you can make a really good build with just unique items, but it's like if you just really want that top tier thing to just be like, oh, I made the god version of my character, you know, like that's the thing that's not reasonable to obtain. I did not bring any food with me. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and also PoE is still one of those games where, you know, you really have to have put in a lot of serious time into playing the game to get to a point to where you even understand how to craft a lot of those items and things like that. So, I mean, it's like, I know you play the game a shit ton. I know Indifferus plays it. I mean, like you guys play Path of Exile the way that I play WoW. So, you know, if I played more, or, you know, if newer people played more, they would be able to get to a point to where they understood that. But I mean, if it's like, if you're even in your third season, you probably don't know enough about the game to understand how to craft things properly. Like all of the intricate details of exactly what scarabs you should be using when to get specific things to drop that you want to even start the crafting process. Like, there's just so much in it. I'm really interested to see what they do with PoE 2, how they're gonna progress with that. Like if they're gonna back off a little bit on the trade items, or, you know, if the currencies, and, you know, because like they've never had gold in PoE the entire time they've been doing it, and they just kind of throw it in at the end here. It kind of makes me wonder if PoE 2, if their main currency won't end up being gold. But yeah, I think that's the one reason that PoE is extremely popular, but I think that overall Diablo is still a more popular game, and it's not because it's good, it's just because it's easier to get into. Like, you don't really have to understand much about Diablo to get in and play it and do really well. But it's like in PoE, if you're not following a guide for your first like 3 seasons on a build, like, you'll be doing good to be able to do tier 1 maps, much less Eater of Worlds or any other event that they've added since then. Yeah, I mean, I really like how deep PoE can get to a certain extent. Like, I like the games to be more complicated, but you know, when you have to play the game for 2 years to be able to understand the basics, it's like, that's a little much. I mean, like, I played it way back in the day when it was still very early, like, you know, when I think 3 acts was the max, and you would play through the same 3 acts 3 times, just like you would the old school Diablo games. That wasn't the very beginning, but it was way back, and the game was far more simple back then. And if you've been playing it the whole time and grew with it, you would completely understand everything. But, you know, it's like, I'll play a season, I'll have a good time with it, and then I'll go play some other games, and then I'll come back like 3 or 4 seasons later, and it's like, so much crap has been added and changed. It's like, you just can't keep up with it all. There's just so much. So it's like, if you play it every season, then yeah, it's probably not a big deal at all. Regular boards now. Yeah. Diablo 2 for most people is still a that's still, you know, primarily the big thing that everybody always talks about. You know, it's like always Diablo 2. That was easily my favorite Diablo out of them all. I actually was talking the other day that I thought it would be really awesome if they rebuilt Diablo 2 in the Diablo 4 engine, like with that level of graphics, and you know, and made everything more flowing and feel like less of a zone to zone thing. I think that would be really awesome if they did that. It's like Diablo 2 is just such a superior game to anything that they've made since. I hated Diablo 3. Like, the Reaper of Souls expansion made it a little better, but at the end of the day, I mean, it was still not good. I've actually enjoyed Diablo 4 more than I enjoyed 3. You know, it's kind of funny when it comes to this game that I'm playing currently. It's like I'm basically into the I'm basically at the point where I'm into the almost into the iron stage at this point. So I have access to copper and bronze stuff, and I think I actually have some iron ore laying around, but I still use all stone tools because these games are just so bad about upgrading your weapons, making them viable to use. Like, yeah, I can just craft a stone axe out here in the field and just go to town with it, and it's fine. And it's like, I'm not, like, all of the trees and stuff are infinite. They all respawn every season. You'll get new trees respawning, and it's like, why would I want to make even a copper axe? Because there's no repairing of them. So the moment it breaks, I have to run all the way back to town to create a new one. Copper is far more rare than stone, and than stone is. So it's like, I just don't understand why games always want to make upgrades to gear like not worth it. And then the durability of a copper axe really is not that much more than a stone axe. And it's like, for the rarity and the time involved to create one, they should be like 3 times or 4 times the durability. And I don't even think it's double the durability. Like, I've never understood why survival games do that. And it's not just this one. It's like they all do that. They make it really annoying to make upgrades to tools and stuff like that. And it's like, some people argue, it's like, oh yeah, but you get 10% more items if you use a copper axe. And it's like, yeah, but the time it takes me to run back to town and craft a new one and come back out here, I could just craft a new stone axe right here and get well more than that amount of resource by just staying here. Yeah, the real money auction house was an interesting concept. I liked the fact that a company was finally like turning into that. Instead of trying to steer away from it, they were steering straight into real money transactions for playing games. Because I mean, to be honest, there's a guy that gets in here from time to time in channel named Warfarin. He and I have been playing video games for a long time, and we're fucking ancient. But back in the EverQuest day and Asheron's Call and stuff like that, you could still sell items on eBay from digital items. You could just make a post on eBay and sell an item. So you could go get an item drop in the game, post it up on eBay, and sell it to somebody else. And it was frowned upon, but it wasn't. I mean, it's technically not. It's still not illegal right now, but it is one of those things where it's like, well, it's not illegal, but it's. I think it turns out to be against the EULA for. I can't remember if it's for the user or if it's something against eBay, but basically if you post up a digital item like that now, eBay will just cancel your auction and you can't sell it. And that all started actually from Asheron's Call and EverQuest back in the day. Like, they were the big ones that were fighting against people being able to sell items from the game But it's like with the amount of time and effort and money that people put into this game, it's like if I'm paying my monthly fee and that's all you're asking for, if I want to spend that time farming items and then selling them for real cash, as long as it's legitimately acquired, I'm not doing any sort of a, of a glitch or anything like that to get it. Well, like, why does it matter if that's what I do with it, if I want to make a little money out of it? And it's like Warfarin made, I can't remember how many thousands of dollars he made playing Asheron's Call, building armor sets and selling them back in the, I guess it was like the really early 2000s, maybe 2002, something like that. But I mean, he paid, I think he paid a portion of his student loans off by doing that. I mean, it was a significant amount of money. Of course, student loans were significantly cheaper back then too. It wasn't, it wasn't 40K a semester to go to college then. I mean, not that it's really that now, but it's ridiculous for what it is. But yeah, I mean, it's like I don't understand why they care so much about people selling things like that and doing like the real money auction house. I thought that was a really cool thing of Blizzard to do, was to go that route, and then like it all went sideways and they completely shut it down. I don't really understand what it was that caused that. Oh man, the Tyson fight's getting nasty. I don't know if anybody's planning on watching that or not, but I'm wanting to watch it. But like, I'm getting to the point now to where every 5 minutes, fucking Netflix is shutting down, telling me there's a problem with my streaming device. And it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, you guys just don't have enough bandwidth to cover all the people that are wanting to watch this shit. Maybe PoE will jump that. They'll make that jump for us next. They'll start a real money auction house. But I mean, to be fair, most of the real money auction house things, like at this point, they're so overpriced because people just want to charge absurd amounts of money for things that are not worth. Like, I could farm the item faster than I could make the money, in a lot of cases, or you could farm enough stuff to pay for that item multiple times over. Like a perfect example is Throne and Liberty. I don't know if you've played that or not, but I went in and was doing dungeons. I was trying to get one purple item to drop from doing the dungeons. The one that I wanted never dropped, but I got like 6 other purple items. They allow you to sell those on their real money auction house. But the unfortunate thing about it is you spend real money to get the currency, but you can't change the currency back into real money. So that's the unfortunate part about it. But they essentially just, they were wanting like $50 for the purple item that I wanted, but all of the purple items that I were looting, all of them were selling for basically $50 worth of that currency. So and the currency was like it's like you bought it with real money, and then you use that currency to buy items off of other players, and then they got that currency. So it's like, as more and more of that currency gets into the game, the prices of things are just going to continue to go up. Which is really bad in my opinion. but outside of that, you're just, it's like I could have sold those like 3 or 4 other purple items that I got, and got the, and essentially purchased the purple item that I wanted, and then had a whole bunch of the currency left over because people were essentially trying to charge $50 for the item. And it's like, that's just so dumb. It's like, put it up for $5 and sell it and move on. It's like, it's a video game, it's not real life. It's like nothing in a video game is worth $50. Nothing. Oh, I need to get food while I'm here. I'm gonna end up dying. Wow, actually, I was starting to take health damage there. It's crazy. And if anybody has questions about this game in particular, feel free to ask. I know we were in a strong debate on real money auction houses and PoE and Diablo and all that kind of stuff, but don't hesitate to jump in if you got a question. I gotta build some houses over here so that I can get these dudes a place to live if I'm gonna have to put 6 workers over here. That pig never stood a chance. You want some, pig? Yeah, I didn't think so. So yeah, building up to these shrines and then discovering them for the first time is the best way that I've seen so far to actually get monk XP, other than just running around to every shrine that you've already discovered on the map and turning in tribute, which is not that much XP every time you do this, so really annoying. All right, so there's all of that. So the only thing I need is the region tablet and the wand. Actually, I think I'm going to take a moment here to take a quick break, and I'm going to run a little thing of commercials here real quick while I'm AFK so that people can get in without getting the pre-roll ads, and I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry about that away time there, but I had to get those commercials in, unfortunately. All right, so wand and fusion stone, and I'm good to go. Actually managed to finish out the rest of my armor set last night for the bronze age here, but looks like they have the exact same suit of armor that I'll be making for the exact same suit of armor that I'll be making for the iron set as well. Just be a different color and higher armor, I'm assuming. I kind of wonder if I'll get to the point to where I actually have a full set of samurai garb. This is more like just like a soldier, a set of armor here. I don't know if my character is technically a samurai or not, honestly. So I may not get anything quite that extravagant. They actually just patched this game a little bit recently and made it a little easier to find refugees because there was a really nasty problem with them just like not showing up. It was really hard to get refugees to get added to your town. I kind of feel like they overdid it a little bit because I went from getting like 1 or 2 every year to I went into like one town and there were 5 and I picked them up, and then I came back to my 2 individual towns and both of them had a refugee just hanging out by the bell waiting to be recruited. So it's like 7 refugees in just a matter of moments. Kind of wish you could teleport to your own cities cheaper. Oh look, there's another refugee sitting here waiting on me right now.
顔を見て喜び申す。これにて失礼いたす。
There it is. Expensive. Am I even gonna have enough for it? No, I don't. Shit. Let's see. I have to go start looking for some more bandits to take out. Getting broke. Not even gonna be able to teleport between my own towns. Yeah, I love these cherry blossoms here. There's actually not that many places in the game that have them, unfortunately. It's kind of annoying. Kind of wonder if I can get some kind of seeds for them or something and plant my own. Animal fat. I don't need that right now. Oh, oil cells. That'll give me a little bit. Alright. So that'll let me buy that statue pattern. That's the sad part, is it's just buying the pattern. And then I still have to use my own materials to craft the damn thing. 5 chiseled stone. This thing is kind of a pain to grab. I wish they would have had a thing where you could just type in how many you wanted. I lucked out on that one. Alright. Actually, is it? That's pretty far to run from. No, I'll just run it. Save some money. Oh damn! I make another sword while I'm here. Gone. Let's see. What's there? Oh, come on. Climb up on it. Ah, you bastard. Be real careful going down these rocks. Like your character just like bounces off of everything. Like you can have a small little dip you think you're gonna drop and then fall forever and take a lot of fall damage. And the animals are so noisy in this game. I always think they're coming after me, and then they're just like making noise in the general vicinity. Ah, I forgot to grab that. Hopefully I still have that thing, actually. Actually, probably need to build the. I need to build a house real quick. I didn't think it would actually happen, but if the season changes and you have somebody that doesn't have a home, they just like leave. Man, with as bad as the stream is getting for Netflix, watching this Mike Tyson fight's going to be like actually watching him on a television from the 90s when he fought previously. It's like stream quality is so bad right now. The story, yeah, I did keep it. Okay. Yeah, it's really, really bad, like really pixelated. It's like watching it on an old school CRT monitor. It's crazy. Myself and somebody else that I know have been disconnected from Netflix like 2 or 3 times now. It's like they can't handle the amount of people that are wanting to watch this all at the same time. I got everything I need here. Oh, that's right. I need to see if there's actually room for this dude to move in here. Nope. Need to build a house. That quick before I leave. I'm building. Oh, cool. Oh, so I can actually build these now. That's nice. I don't think I've ever watched. So that they had like, I guess they've got 4 matches that they're doing in this, and the Tyson fight's going to be the last one. There may be 5 matches. I don't know. But I've never watched women's boxing before, but they've got 2 female boxers on here right now, and these girls are quick. I mean, they're vicious. Oh, monastery. Yeah. I'll make one of those pretty soon. I kind of like the building system in this game, and at the same time, I kind of don't. Like, I think it's neat, like the way that they have how you just kind of add supplies to the walls that you're working on by hitting it with a hammer. So you're not having to like craft them ahead of time like you do in Ark Survival or a lot of others, and they're like insanely heavy and all that kind of stuff. And you can craft out of the storage boxes that are literally anywhere inside of your town, which is really nice. But I hate how all the houses are pre-built, so you can't really be creative with any of the stuff you're building other than just the layout of the city. So you can't just like, you know, get a handful of walls and just build a building. You're building pre-built. Boards. So aside from Path of Exile, what have you been keeping yourself busy with lately, Tank? I'm guessing you're completely devoid of WoW for a while now, so. Still. Oh yeah, college will eat your life away. What are you going to school for? Cybersecurity, yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I don't know if Fluid's in here or not tonight, but that's what he's doing for school. I think there's a lot of people that are really afraid that AI is going to replace programmers. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as big of a deal as people seem to think it is. As far as to whether or not AI can replace people, given enough time, they'll replace people no matter what job you're in. It's like, if the AI can replace you once they get an exoskeleton or just walking around as robots, they'll replace everyone with everything. But I mean, it's just a question of, you know, like when that time going to be during our lifetime kind of thing. So I don't think it's as bad as people think it is. Like, I mean, even now, AI can program, but it's complete ass at what it does, and you generally have to have multiple engineers that have to go back and correct its work constantly because it's not learning fast enough to be able to do anything legitimate. It's like the amount of time that it takes to check the code, you could have just had one really good engineer that could have written the code in like 10 minutes. So, but I think that does scare a lot of people, and I think people think that getting into cybersecurity is a more safe way to go, but I believe at the end of the day, they're both going to be equally affected by AI at some point. I just don't think it's something we really have to worry about in the super near future. Man, if this craps out on the Tyson fight like this, I'm gonna be seriously pissed. Like, it is completely crapped out again in the middle of this fight. One other bad thing about streaming stuff like this too is, you know, like if you watch the stuff back in the 90s and, you know, things like that on, you know, broadcast television, people can't DDoS network broadcast television, but it's a big deal here. Yeah, I agree. It's like even with the people that are, you know, like the artists that are freaking out about AI and stuff, it's like, yeah, there are some people that are already trying to replace artists with AI, but I mean, like they're only replacing crappy artists. It's like if you're good at what you do, AI is not going to be replacing you, not anytime soon. I love how Netflix is trying to blame my connection for their crappy. They're basically saying that I have 0 megabytes per second at my internet speed. It's like, bitch, I'm on fiber. It's like literally nothing else that I'm doing is having this problem. Like this is all you. They're recommending that I restart my router. It's like, yeah, I don't think my stream, the people on my stream are complaining. So I think it's you, Netflix. Oh yeah, Photoshop's like, they've turned into the devil. Like, I won't use Photoshop for anything anymore. They are absolutely a despicable company. And it's insane because they were like one of the best companies that you could use for the longest time. So most people have not even, like, they don't even know that stuff is a thing. Like they're just like, oh, it's Photoshop. Agree to their TOS. They would never do anything bad to me. They would never steal all of my shit and give it to AI. And fuck Adobe. I won't use anything Adobe unless I have no other choice. Yeah, it's absolutely stupid. I also can't believe that this is not a bigger thing. Like, with all the shit that people bitch and piss and moan and whine about, I cannot believe that Adobe doing this stuff hasn't made a bigger splash than what it has. I'm like, why are more people not talking about this? It's like they should be boycotted worldwide. Man, I hope this Tyson Paul fight isn't a complete sham. It's like it'd be cool to see Tyson do like a real fight again, but it's like there is just so much publicity wrapped around this. I just don't understand how this fight can't be fixed. Like, I don't know how well he's gonna move in this, but man, watching Tyson fight back in the old days, I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else out there that has as many first round knockouts as he does. So it's like, if he doesn't just like beat the snot out of Jake Paul real quick, I'm gonna have my thoughts about whether or not this was fixed. It'll have a lot to do with how well he moves. I mean, he's pretty old now, so I mean, if he takes some bad hits because he's not moving well, then I'll probably be okay with that. But I mean, like, if he's moving well and Jake Paul's having a hard time landing hits on him and he doesn't just obliterate Paul, I'm gonna have questions. Trying to find some more rocks around here so I can make more tools as I need to, but this isn't a great place for them. Oh, actually equipped in the right spot. I should have enough to be able to finish the house anyways and get this dude moved in before the season. Man, I'm still not making enough medicine. I got a lot of stuff in the negatives right now. People are gonna start getting pissed at me. Oh, not a straw. Yeah, speaking of the things with Photoshop there, Tank, like I'm really interested to see just where the future of software and stuff like that goes with, you know, with companies like Adobe doing the shady stuff that they're doing, and then you've got all these other like game companies and stuff that are just completely going against what their customer base wants, and yet they still somehow manage to sell games. Like, I'm really surprised that Ubisoft has not almost completely folded at this point. I'm going to be really interested to see what the sales on the new Assassin's Creed is going to be like. Several unemployed here. Gonna have to build another building though. I'm not gonna have enough room for these guys to all move in over here to be able to work. Actually, I don't know if they need to be here to work at this place, now that I think about it. I don't need to live in this town. I may just need to have as long as I have a town here, I think that's all it takes. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I feel, but I mean the fact that so many people keep purchasing the product and stuff, it's like a lot of people like to run their mouths, but then none of them want to vote with their wallets, kind of thing, you know. So it's like, and the more ground that these companies get to just do whatever they want and not really pleasing the player base, the worse and worse this stuff is going to get. I mean, eventually it'll have to rebound, because if they keep just spiraling out of control, eventually everyone will just be like, screw it, I'm not buying your games anymore, or you know, whatever. Same with movies and everything. Like, there's so much of it out there. Damn, this girl got fucked up in this fight. That is a crazy gash on her eye. She was doing so well at the beginning too, and it looked like the oh man, that's like making me sick looking at it. But yeah, it looks like the way she got the initial cut was a little questionable anyways. Now they're gonna let her continue. Boy, other girl's going for that gash like crazy, trying to break her face open. Man, they're both starting to get tired now. They're just kind of like flailing. All right. Got all the stuff added. I'll see how many of these unemployed dudes I can get in here working. This is a crazy fight. Oh, these are bears. I don't want to fight no bears. I'm good. I haven't checked what this new set of armor is like for fighting a bear, but the last time I fought one, it did not go well. All right. Go look around for some bandit camps here and see if I can't recover some money. I'm like broke. Down to what, like 150? You want some, Pumbaa? Yeah, I hope some of these game companies start doing a little better with some of the games they're designing. I've been really impressed with this game so far. These guys are the same ones that did Medieval Dynasty and a couple of others, and I read some of the reviews about some of their older stuff, and people were kind of shit talking like the way that they do things. But I mean, this game's been a lot of fun to play. I don't know how great it is to watch if you're not necessarily interested in this kind of stuff, but as far as playing it goes, this game has been a blast. I've really enjoyed it, and yeah, I mean, it's run smoothly. I haven't had any crashes. I haven't any glitches. No problems. And then I was trying to play through Astroneer Glitchwalker, and I mean, it was an aptly named expansion or a DLC, because that game is just like riddled with glitches, and it's the game has been out since 2016, and their base game isn't even remotely close to glitch free. They've had a bug in the game for 2 or 3 years now, where if you have the large rover, which is very expensive to craft and is one of your more primary vehicles for going around and collecting resources with, every single time that it is loaded into the world, so if you leave a planet and come back, if you log out of the game and come back, or you move too far away from it and come back, every single time that it is reloaded, there's a chance it will fall through the world, and every single thing that it's attached to will go with it. So I mean, like, if you have 3 or 4 rovers all attached together, they'll all fall through the ground. If you have any like generators or any kind of components or anything attached to the rover, it falls through the ground with it. And I mean, you can go find it, but the problem is it like the game, you can literally dig the world out. So I mean, if you knew exactly where it was setting, then you could just dig straight down. But I mean, I found reports of people saying that it had fallen so far that their rover was stuck inside of a mountain on the opposite side of the planet. And it's like, that's just ridiculous to have a game that's got a bug like that. Oh, wow. One of these girls, I think her name was Taylor. She's getting a little ridiculous on the fight here. Just got a point deducted, it looked like. Yeah, it's very game breaking. The problem with it is that game is designed to where you have power generators, and that power generator is, oh Jesus, that cut is awful looking. But the power generators, the power is kind of difficult to do in that game, and a lot of the power generation when you go to other planets comes from these little generators that you get that just provide a constant power output with no gasoline, no fuel or anything like that to run them, but you get them as quest rewards, and you can make bigger ones later on in the game, but it's really late game. So you have to do a bunch of these quests to get several of these generators, and I had them all attached to my rover. So when the rover fell through the planet, it took all those generators with it. I have no idea where it's at, no reasonable way to go and look for it. And, it would have probably taken, 5 hours or more to track the thing down and figure out where it was at, just trying to play it on stream or whatever, which would have really set me back playing. And yeah, so I mean, I just gave up. I was like, I'm not gonna play this. I could probably start the game from scratch and recollect all this stuff faster than I could go find it, the one that I already have. And it would have made going to other planets like nearly impossible, because you don't have those infinite power sources that you're supposed to have. Or well, I should say infinite running. They only supply 1 power point per generator, but I mean, I had 4 or 5 of them, and there's no way to replace them, because they're, like I said, they're rewards for quest item, like for doing quests, and I can't repeat the quests. So yeah, it was extremely game breaking. And the whole reason that this happens is because every time the world is reloaded in a section, it tries to reload all of it simultaneously, but frequently the items will load faster than the ground loads, so then they just fall through the ground. Yeah, it should be a really easy thing to correct, in my opinion. I mean, at the very least, if you don't know how to fix it, make it to where the main base will summon any rovers that exist on the planet to the main base. It's like, it's that big of an issue. And like when I searched it on the internet, like searched it on Google, it was just like page after page of this stuff happening to people. So it's like, this is not an uncommon event. Like, it's very common. And the only thing that the only way people have found to fix the issue is they've fairly recently added winches into the game. So you attach a winch to your main base and then hook it to the vehicle. And then that way, if it ever falls to the ground, you can just reel it in with the winch. And it's like, that is so stupid that that is the only way to fix this. But yeah, I mean, like you would think a simple fix for it would be that if it ever doesn't have a passenger and it starts traveling over a certain speed in any direction, because they don't coast, like if they're on a hill, it's not just going to roll down the hill in neutral, you know, like it's basically in park. So yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's like if this thing is moving over X units per per second, and there's no person in it, teleport it back to the last place that it was. I mean, like, how difficult would that be? It's like, that would be an extremely simple band-aid fix until I could figure out how to actually fix the problem. Yeah, I didn't think it was so funny. I had some choice phrases to say before I was like, I'm done with this game. Man, this fight's crazy. Went all 10 rounds, 45 seconds left. These girls are exhausted. Like, they're basically just trying to hold each other up. Oh, like Taylor got jarred there. Man, I'm not finding any little question marks out here to find. Oh wait, here's a little group of people. Sword's probably gonna break. I'm gonna go ahead and switch it so it doesn't disappear in mid-fight. Oh, damn it. I don't need those sticks. It'll be fine. And these outlaws are a little vicious. I don't think I've fought any of these before. Definitely would not want to fight two at the same time. Oh, Serrano got it. Yeah, it looked like Taylor was doing some headbutting there, which is what caused the original gash over Serrano's eye. That was nuts. Yeah, I like that parry, didn't you? Good stuff. What do I want to get rid of? Hate carrying too much stuff on me. Got more eggs than what I know what to do with. Just throw that shit out. That sake. I get drunk after all this fighting. Oh wow, they didn't give it to Serrano. That's crazy. Why is it not harvesting those? There we go. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy bug, Tank. It was. There's not many games that I just say screw it, I'm not going to play this again, especially if it was a game I really enjoyed. I thought Astroneer was a phenomenal game when I first played it. That's one of the reasons I was really looking forward to playing the expansion, the DLC on stream, because I wanted more people to see the game and get out there and give it a try. But yeah, that was a massive disappointment. Super disappointing. Yeah, that was basically my thought on it. Like I was kind of torn about it for a few minutes, but I was like, yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's like I'm not gonna advertise your game when you can't even make it work right, and not with a base. Like a base item. Like if it would have been something from the DLC, that would have been one thing because it was brand new, but it's like this is a base item. It's been in the game since, as far as I know, day one. I played it super early years ago. The game came out in 2016, so it's like this is a base item and this has been a bug that's been ongoing for at least 3 years, and it's never been fixed. And I'm like, that's just ridiculous. And then you come out with a DLC wanting more money from people. Yeah, sorry, not happening. So the whole 4 people that watch me won't be getting an advertisement from me. Oh, another enemy camp. What do we got here? Well, with any luck, after this one's over, the Tyson fight should be up next. I want to take that back to base. Once again, just gonna dump the eggs, I think. Oh man. Gold stashes hasn't been very good. I had been finding some that were like in the 100 to 150 range, but all these have been like mostly like sub 50, but I'm back up to like 400 yen, so could be better, but could be a lot worse. Man, that eye looks so nasty. Got just like a big clump of skin hanging right above her eyelid. That's crazy. The other girl headbutt her twice in the fight, and I think one of the headbutts is where the gash actually came from. It's nuts. And then the other girl still won, even though she probably would have had no chance if it hadn't been for the headbutt that caused that that damage. She was pretty messed up at the end of the fight. Now I got another set of question marks up here. I have another camp. Yeah. Come on, big money, no whammies. Everybody in here is like, what? What's that from? Really weird how some of those attacks just don't hit you for some reason. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop this sword. It has no durability left to it anyways. No. Stop it. This game does some weird stuff where it has double uses for buttons, and it gets a little annoying sometimes. I actually can sell some stuff here. Pick up some space, maybe. I love how the manager of this other girl's his opinion was so Katie was the one that was doing the headbutts. He's like, Katie's a beautiful person, but she's got a huge head. It's fucking hilarious. finding a lot of hunting locations, but like they need to add more. Oh, a fight up here. They need to add more reasons for the different types of creatures. Like every creature in the game just drops fur. It's like they need to add a skins system into the game, and the skins either need to be crafting components or they need to be they either need to be crafting components or, you know, they need to sell better. Crap. Did I pick up the... Yeah, okay. Got everything worth having anyways. Ah! The day ended and caused a bunch of lag there. I almost got beat in the face over it. Yeah, so I think the two biggest problems that I have with this game, one of which is the nasty lag that happens whenever a day ends. So just like that, where I was in a fight and it just kind of like froze everything up. I don't like that at all. And then when the seasons end, it always teleports you back to your house, because every time a season changes, they'll respawn various things on the ground, like, you know, certain types of mushrooms only grow in certain seasons. So whenever the season resets, they'll remove a type of mushroom that doesn't grow in the given season, and they'll add the new type of mushroom. They'll respawn some trees, respawn creatures, respawn enemies, things like that. And it always teleports you back to your house when that happens. And, you know, because it's doing a massive world reset. But it's like, it doesn't matter if you're in a fight or anything. It's just like, season's over, poof, you're back in your house. Like, it does not care what you were doing before that happened. And I really wish they had some kind of thing in there where it's like, where you had to go to your house. Like, I think a really good way to change this situation is just be like, hey, this thing is about to, you know, like the season's about to end. You have, you know, 48 hours to visit your house, or we're going to reset. And then if you just go to your house, you can manually reset it. I think that would be a better way to handle the situation, as opposed to just forcing you. Because I was like way out. I think my house is up here in Ajiro, and I was way down here, like close to the bottom of the map, somewhere fighting some enemies. And they were a really hard set of enemies that were probably going to have really nice loot. And the season ended and it teleported me all the way back to the house, and I couldn't even loot the one guy that I had killed. It was really annoying. Yeah, the teleport's awful. Yeah, the reason that they do it in this game, as far as the lag spike goes, is because at the end of the day, all of because this game is a survival game that also has a city builder built into it. So I have 2 villages that are mine currently, and I have to, when you look at the Dynasty tab, I have them, they're crafting things like food, chopping wood for heating, harvesting water for the people to drink. They're supplying security for the people. They're crafting like health pots and stuff like that to keep the people up. And at the end of every day, it reconciles all of this stuff. So all day long they're building stuff and, you know, crafting these items, which are, you know, kind of trickling in. But then when the day ends, it takes these 413 meals and yanks them out of the thing. And the, you know, like what is this, like 1176 firewood, you know, it yanks out of the thing, and 1392 water it yanks out of the, you know, out of the pool. So it's pulling all of this stuff, and it just causes the system to freeze up a little bit when that happens. And it's like really, I wish they would just make that stuff kind of trickle out at a relatively fast rate, but not all instantly, and it would probably get rid of that lag spike. Yeah, I kind of agree on the Tyson Jake fight. I'm interested to know. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the real reason that it's being done is for the money, because there is a lot of money. Like, this is a big paid fight. I mean, so both of these guys are going to walk away with a whole bunch of money, regardless of who wins. And I think at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. They I'm sure Jake Paul has probably thought about that, but he's like, I'd rather have the paycheck and take a loss than get no paycheck and, you know, get a win somewhere else. So it's like, you know, fighting Tyson is a huge money, you know, attractor. It's like this fight's going to be worth way more money than probably anything else Jake Paul will be doing anytime in the near future. Unless he wins, then he might get, you know, a good shot at a title fight or something like that. All right. Oh. Trapped? It's trapped. All right. No. Put you out of your misery. Put your friend out of his misery too. And for anyone that's interested in how the combat works in this game, it's kind of Souls-like a little bit. So you've got fast attacks and strong attacks. Depending on the animation, you can use a strong attack to avoid an incoming attack if you know what the next animation is going to be. And where you weave your strong attack in your combo determines what strong attack you're going to use. There's also a kind of a dodge ability. So like you can see me hopping here. And if I'm locked on to an enemy, so it'll hop in a direction to avoid an attack. Plus you also have a guard, and if you time it right, you can do parry and perfect parries. So you've got a lot of options you can kind of do with the combat in this game, which is more than a lot of survival games really offer. So pretty neat. But I'm gonna take another small break. We've hit our hour of no pre-roll ads, so I need to get another 2-3 minutes of ads in here real quick so that people can keep coming in without getting front loaded with ads, because most people will just leave the channel if they try to join and go straight into ads. So I'm gonna hit the restroom, grab another drink, and get ready for this Tyson fight. So I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. we're back. Sorry about that. All right, I probably need to start working on a little bit of maintenance here. Got a lot of production that's upside down right now. It's going to start seriously pissing off my people if I don't do something to get it under control. Jesus, this event started at 8 p.m. The Tyson fight's gonna end up being like midnight. East Coast time, anyways. What do I have that I can dump off? Got a bunch of wood. Got 2 different towns and everything's like in different places, so never know where I'm at. And I'm getting, there's so much wood in here. I'm gonna have to cut down even more, which is good because I need more planks anyways, so my people can actually repair their housing. Do I have anybody actually cutting wood over here? He's cutting wood, so let's just get rid of this job completely. No more logs for you. You do nothing but cut wood. Alright, that puts me at 1400, which gives me 300 more than what I need, so that's good. Oh, sorry, that was on heating. So yeah, that fixed that deficit, which is good. I don't know, well, we're not supplying any security at all right now, so must not have any weapons. One of those things that's kind of unfortunate about the way this game works. I mean, I get that they want to have some degradation, but it's basically, if I put a weapon in here, the guard will use it, and it's like he breaks one weapon a day. So every single day I have to replace his weapon. It's like, what the hell kind of guard are you, dude? It's like, how are you breaking a weapon every day? Actually, I don't even know if that was the guard that took that knife or not. I forgot I don't have a weapon storage yet, so I have to put weapons in here. Yeah, that one disappeared instantly, so somebody else grabbed the knife. And I have workers that are supposed to be making weapons, but I don't know if they're like not getting them made properly right now, or what's going on with that. I think it was this table. No, so they're making a knife and a pickaxe for the stone table. Okay, this one's making the wooden yari. Yeah, so for some reason, this is like not enough. And I can't reduce the amount of barrels or buckets that we're doing right now because that would be bad. Chorisu is working here, so I think we're going to destroy this small well and put in a bigger one. Got an advanced well here. I don't even know if it's necessarily bigger. It's just advanced, so it will actually produce water just a little bit faster. Assign Purisu back to this. Okay, we got the security fixed for the moment. This still wasn't a big enough fix for the beverages, though. Man, I'm gonna have to figure out. Wonder if I can craft a beverage. Maybe there's some kind of beverage that can be crafted that'll fix that problem. Finally got the kitchen up and running. Kitchen's up and running. I have 2 workers working 2 pots, and it's just not enough to keep up with the demand on food right now. But I probably need to be making a slightly higher quality food, maybe. I don't know. Let's see, we do cooked meat and what is that? Meat meals. Any edible mushroom. Okay, that's not too bad. Good grief, I have 337 meat in there now. I need to start cooking some of that up. Cooking 84 eggs there, and only doing 50 gobo. That's not much. Actually, get rid of that and go to cook. That's 737 versus the gobo, which is 350. So yeah, it's much better. Gobo's not a great meal. Oh man, negative 26. I'm just shy of what I need there. And what are these worth if I have it craft those instead? Simple meat meal. What? Oh, it's because we apparently don't have any edible mushrooms. Okay. Jesus. Man, they're showing some old school Mike Tyson fights like from back in the day. It's like some of these one-punch wonders. Like when he fought Tubbs, man, he hit him one time in the side of the head. That dude took like 5 seconds to realize he had been hit, and then he just fell over. That was nuts. Yeah, I need to figure something out about mushrooms to see if I can get that food number up a little bit more. I mean, fortunately, I got like 6K worth of food still left in there, so I mean, that negative 26 is going to take a long time to eat away at that, but still got to figure out something about the water. I don't have that worked out well enough yet. Oh wow, I actually didn't realize that Tyson fought during COVID. I think I'm gonna need to add another weapon into this rotation here. Hopefully I can just drop the axe by one and then add a weapon and it'll be okay. Enough to make a weapon. Yes, it is. All right. What's I have us looking like here? Okay, so I still got enough water to cover that for a while. I need to figure out what's going on with the lack of ability to make health items. Probably just gonna end up having to make another forager's hut or get another one producing or something. I don't think I even have a different kind of health brew yet. That's it. All I can do. Okay, so both of these mushroom types exist currently, so that's good. I gotta go check my... Actually, I think I can check the other town from here, actually. From jobs. Herbalist station. That's probably what I'm looking for here. No worker. Wait, that's another one in this place? Where do I have a second herbalist station in here? Do I have a whole other... let's see. 2 tables in there. Yeah, I have a whole other foraging station. Oh yeah, look at that. That one over here I completely forgot about. Anybody working this? No, don't have a worker here. Okay. What about here? Sticks and stones, huh? I may get rid of the sticks and switch that to mushrooms as well. I really need to step up that mushroom production. Do you have any unemployed workers here? Who is unemployed? I probably should just reassign Taro because that landfill or that landfill is not going to be working anytime soon. Oh wait, I got 2 more people I need to assign homes. Good. just find a home here. Yeah, I was actually surprised to hear that as well, Tank. I didn't know. I had no idea you fought during COVID. Hut. Workplace in here. It takes 3 mushrooms to make 1 healing brew. That's ridiculous. Well, at least happiness is still going up. I'll be interested to see how this fight goes down. I think this would have been a great fight if it would have been like Tyson in his prime. This would probably have been an amazing fight. I wonder if Jake Paul is going to wear ear guards. Yeah, seriously. Oh. Of other stuff that I can actually buy to make in here. Okay. Cool. Central Plains region will give me access to healing compress. Maybe that'll be better than these healing brews. I know the healing balm is way better, but it's pretty pricey as well. I think Central Plains was what I was thinking about hitting next. Is that this one here? Yeah. Yeah, I literally just need to construct the small bridge there, and that will take that place over, so I just gotta wait until I can get a town over there. I think. I need to see if I can just go over there and craft the thing. Look at this Jake Paul coming out in a freaking car. It's like, come on, dude. It's a dually go-kart. The pigeon's a nice touch, I gotta say. Oh no, the healing balm I had spoiled. Shit. Alright. Picked a good song for taking 10 years to get out to the floor. Man, he must be really dreading this fight. He's scared. Storage. Rid of this stuff. I can put that in there. I don't think it hurt it any. Don't need any more fangs. Already carrying those pearls around too. $72,300 people in that stadium. That's crazy. Like a bunch of sardines. Craft a bunch of barrels and get some extra water to put in there until I can see whether or not this is gonna balance itself out. I don't think it's going to. Yeah, it's not going to. I'm gonna need another well somewhere. This is crazy. Where are these barrels? There they are. Or buckets, sorry, not barrels. Actually pretty crazy how the difference between Twitch and YouTube with the latency. Like Twitch is almost immediate, and YouTube has like a long delay. Yeah, I did get a craftsman upgrade here. And a warrior upgrade. Now what should I get with this? About archery stuff. Need to get up here so I can damage enemy poise more. I'm stunned, but need to spend one more point before I can do that. Man, he looks old. This will be interesting. "58 years old. Wonder if he regrets any of those tattoos." Oh, Jesus. I'm only doing like, I thought with the bar filled it did all 10 of them, but it's just doing them one at a time. I'll come back. Oh, need to grab some more food. Let's see. "76-inch reach." I forget what Tyson's reach is, but it seems like he might have an advantage over Tyson on the reach. I watched a documentary on Tyson at one point, and he said that one of the things that I guess that he was doing when he was younger to get inside of people's head is that he would just stare them down the entire time that they're going up there to like let the announcers go in, and they're going up to tap gloves and everything. And he's like, he was always just waiting for the other person to look away first. And he's like, if they look away first, I know I got them. I'm interested to see if he sticks with that here, if he's lost that touch. He looks like he just doesn't give a shit. He's like, I don't care. I just want a paycheck. If I win or lose, it don't matter. Oh, no, they're both 71-inch. Or wait. I forgot what I said. I forgot what I said the other guy's reach was. Was it 71 or was it 76? Pretty sure it was 71 also. 76 was huge. Oh, it was 76? Holy shit. It's a 5-inch reach, man. That's like a 1-inch reach would be hard to play. You know, like maybe you hit the guy and he can't hit you, but 5 inches, man, he literally just put his hand on his forehead and just like punch him in the face. It'd be like fighting your kid brother. think it'll be hilarious if he does that at some point in the fight. Just holds him back and punches him. I actually want to see Tyson win this because I think Jake Paul's a putz, but yeah, it would still be funny. Oh, he looked away already. He looked down. Yeah, man, I don't think he's got the fire anymore. I don't know if he's got the fire. Jesus, he spent $1 million on his fucking fight outfit. Another reason he's a putz. It's like, fucking donate that money or something, you moron. Nobody cares what you show up dressed in. Oh, Tyson's trying to get in there on him real quick. Man, I think Paul's afraid. Like I think it's going to be the first, like when the first punch lands is going to determine this fight. Like he's either going to get hit really hard and he's going to be afraid, or Tyson's not going to be able to hit hard and he's just going to go nuts on him. Oh man, that right. God, that right is so fast on Tyson. Even at 58 years old, man, that thing is like lightning. Jake Paul's not careful, he is going to get fucked up. They're only doing 8 rounds. Man, a lot of it'll be what kind of stamina Tyson has. Man, if he can keep this speed up and stuff the whole time. Jake Paul's scared. He took that big swing and missed, man. He covered up quick and started retreating. Oh man, look at him backing up. He's just trying to get away. He just doesn't want to get hit. I mean, that's smart. That's smart. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying he's stupid. He's really wanting to use that reach. Man, Tyson's breathing hard. I want to see what Paul looks like in his corner. How hard is he breathing? This could be a short fight. Right, he's got that little graze on that punch there. That's craziness. Jake Paul looks like he's doing all right. Oh man, Tyson looked like he had more spunk in him last night when he slapped Jake Paul than he does when he's actually fighting him. Man, he's gonna have a problem getting inside on him. That's gonna be Tyson's biggest problem, is just getting in there. Ooh. Finish this damn water, Jesus. Man, if he can keep him up on the ropes where he can stay inside on him, I don't think Paul will make it. This is a question of whether or not he can keep him over there. Tyson tried to come out fast, and he's not doing so much anymore. I kind of wonder if he's getting tired. They both slowed down a lot. It's just second round. Like hell, the whole second round's almost gone. They haven't even hardly touched each other. Oh, there we go. There's a good punch. I don't know, fellas. I don't know which way this one's gonna go. Thought there'd be more action in it than this right now. My water storage, there it is. Alright, well, I'm not positive on water right now, but I at least have a bunch in excess. Definitely gonna have to make a second well, though, or something. I don't know what's going on here with... Like, my worker's not even over here working. What the hell you doing, slacking out off over there? Oh. Mike stumbled a little bit there. Took a couple hits. Yeah. And unless Tyson lands a couple of really good hits or something, he ain't looking good right now. The beast inside, huh? Yeah. I think he spoke a little too soon. I was hoping this was going to be another George Foreman story here, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think Tyson's going to make it through this fight. I could be wrong, but it's not looking good. They're mostly just dancing around. I almost feel like Jake Paul at this point is just like trying to be nice to him, just not take him out quick to make it look like it's going to be a long fight. I mean, unless he's like stupid tired. Let's see. So we got what? One unemployed person here. And that's it. I gotta figure out somehow to get more water out of these guys. I need this to level up again. Trying to figure out what would be better, reducing the water consumption by 10% or increasing worker output by another 5%. Kind of thinking the output, but I don't know. Ice is just kind of standing there at this point. He ain't really doing all that much. That was a heavy punch to miss there. He's already tired. I'm still not even getting anywhere near close to the amount of health stuff I need to make. Alright, I need to head to the east and see if I can generate the stuff to take over that center place or not. Because if I can't, this is going to get rough. Not reasonable to harvest enough mushrooms. The next round's almost over. Still nothing. Crazy. Let's see what do we got here. Paper pulp. Carrying all this crap around on me. Whoa, body shot was pretty big there. I missed that in the fight. Well, they're over halfway through now. This may end up going to a decision fight where Paul wins. You know, the streaming quality keeps going in and out so bad. Oh man, I should have made another sword before I left. This could be bad. He's trying to get him in the stomach again. He keeps going for that shot. Dropping those hands, trying to get him to come in. Not the thugs. Every replay that they show is just Tyson taking one to the face or to the gut. It is not going well for him at all. Oh, there's 100 in the 100 yen in there. That's a good catch. So I'm in Central Plains now, so I just need to go. Basically, just need to follow this road eastish. Six of 8 rounds. I was really expecting more out of this fight. Man, he had a good open shot there to tag him one. Five workers? Jesus, okay. I agree. He is way out of his he's way out of his league here, I think. I think he's just too old for this fight. This is significantly more clear. Cut all this crap out of here, I guess. That's the only bad thing about it is like Tyson's in a bad spot right now. It's like if he he's only landed 16 hits. Like there is no way that he's gonna win this by decision unless he gets some phenomenal hits in before this is over. And it's like everybody's just kind of going like, oh yeah, Jake Paul is just kind of like, he doesn't want to just go in there and knock him out because it would piss off too many people. And it's like, so if Tyson actually tries to fight harder, then that's just going to open up Jake Paul to lay into him even more. So it's like, I don't know, man. Ain't looking good though. It's disappointing. I'd have rather just seen this be like one of these just be a very uncontested fight. Like it should have just come out and in the first round, one of them should have just flat out laid out the other one. Like this going to 8 full rounds is ridiculous. There we go. So it'll let me build this here, so hopefully it'll actually let me populate it as well. I don't know, we'll see. Ah, end of day save. Oh man, yeah, I need to get this going. If I could, season's about to end. If I can get this thing built and get people in it. Last round. No, he does not. No. He's not winning this. If Tyson wins it at this point, I'll think it was fixed in his favor. I think at this point, Tyson's just trying to not get hurt. That was a pretty disappointing fight, I gotta say. Oh, broke my axe. I kind of feel like this whole thing was kind of set up as a little bit of a stage just to make some money. They've been talking this fight up like it's going to be absolutely insane for I don't know how long for it to be no more impressive from either side than that. It's like by round 2 you could tell Tyson was just like he wasn't going to be doing anything, and Jake Paul should have been able to just obliterate him. That'd be funny if they were like, well, since he's twice your age, all of his points count for twice as much. That was disappointing. Did you actually watch that one, Tank? Everything I need. Okay, got it all. Just need 5 workers. I don't think I have that many unemployed workers right now, though. Only got one that's not actually working. Yeah, I don't care anymore. So bad. Yeah, I don't know how many people that were watching that were actually watching the Tyson fight or even cared about it. Hopefully the stream wasn't disappointing. I normally am not doing other things, but one of those things where the Tyson fight just kind of happened at the same time the stream was going on. I didn't want to miss it, but at the end of the day, I should have just not watched it. That was extremely disappointing. Trying to get through here and see if I can get enough people to finish off this bridge over here. This season's about to end, so that's one of the cool things that I've kind of noticed about the game is when a season's about to end, you can hurry up and throw workers into a special project, and then it will still complete when the season swaps, even though they haven't been in there the whole time. So I just need to go around and pick up like 4 more workers before the season ends and get them placed in houses. I should be able to finish this bridge, which will give me a better thing for extra health. But I'm not having a whole lot of luck of finding. It's like I was talking earlier about how crazy frequent refugees were to find after this last update they just did. And now that I need them, I can't find them. It's always the way it works, right? Shouldn't open my mouth. My weapon's almost broken, so I can't even really fight the enemy camps that I'm kind of coming across right now either. I gotta try to get back to town and get a new weapon made. It's like the rockiest road I've ever seen. Feel sorry for whatever trader is coming down this road. Remember, if you guys have any questions at all about the game, feel free to ask. Nothing else here. I have to teleport over to the temple and see if they got anything going on over there. Since I've made myself a little money back, may have a few things to sell as well. Definitely have some random weapons I picked up I can throw in the in storage so that these guards will start working again. bunch of mushrooms. All those in. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, taro. Yeah, that's cool. Looks like having enough mushrooms is still my my weak point for making health. Yeah, I just dumped in a crap load of mushrooms and then boom, that shot way up. So I just need I need a much higher mushroom intake here. This is crazy. Got nobody waiting to be recruited here, so I have to run out to the temple and see if we got any people hanging out over there. Somebody's got to want to be recruited. Usually down in the little village here, if they're gonna be here. Last time I came out here, I found like 4 or 5 all sitting around this one camp. Just don't remember exactly where the little camp was at. You go in and hit those vendors real quick though and sell off this excess crap I have before I get too far away. Guards chilling out. Now sickness medicine, I'll probably hold on to those for now. That bottle. That was quite as much to sell as I thought I would. Oh no, the season ended on me. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I finished one special project at least. Something, right? I'm gonna take the worker perk. See if I can get them to output more stuff here. And that barely moved that bar. 7,500 to get the next level up. Ugh. Rough. Alright, let's see what all jobs I'm gonna have to go in here and manually change. Need more mushrooms. More health brew. Don't even exist right now. More mushrooms. That's the only bad thing about them increasing the worker percentages. You don't get access to all of it unless you like add different things for them to build. Not a big fan of that. go with more buckets. Damn, that didn't even add another bucket, really? Why is that not updating properly? Oh wow, there's no planks right now, that's why. Okay, good to know. More meat. More eggs. I think they're actually cooking more eggs than I'm harvesting now, which is not great. Ah, he's out of a tool. Damn it. I wonder if I'm actually... Am I not making... Wait, why is he making jugs? Oh, never mind. There's no one working that. That doesn't matter. Miner station. Oh yeah, I'm getting all my stone from here. I don't even need that other one doing stones anymore. I have to go back and fix that real quick. That was one of the foragers. Yeah, we don't need stone here anymore, dude. All mushrooms. Maybe I'll drop that by 5. About getting some more eggs or something. Oh wait, can I get eggs here? It's not much, but it'll cook and it'll make more. That's 12 food for a regular egg, but then I think it jumps up to like 24, 48 or something for the cooked one. More healing brew. Brouhaha. The stone. More eggs with it. Some more food going in there. Jesus, look at all that copper that I've got now. You just start just making copper tools and stuff for the workers. It's crazy. No worker, no tool. Projects. What does this want? Back to that. So yeah, I got 6 workers here now. Go ahead and assign some to this so it'll finish itself. Yeah. Got 3 left over. Am I supposed to have like 1 more worker? Yeah. There we go. That's only worth 750 as well. It's barely gonna move the XP bar at all. Should probably put a worker in here and just let them smelt some bronze for a while. There you go. 10 bronze a day. Go. I need more tin ore production, which means I need a mining station over here. Well, not over here at the other city. Oh wait, did I spend all my? Did I get any more talent points, or was it just? I need to go visit the new temple over here, and you're gonna call it a chapel. I was like, yeah, it's not right. Now that I don't need a refugee, here they stand. Yeah, yeah. House. Oh, I should probably consider taverns soon as well. That might be a way to get better drink other than just water. Start making some sake or something. Maybe that'll make them happier. Japanese people without sake just seems weird. Oh. Basically the same on both sides. Wait. Like, yeah, it's like this tiny little spot here where it's considered good enough. Oh, weird. Okay. Not what I was expecting, but whatever. Well, break this down and turn it that direction. Ah, crap. Wrong button. And of course I have to turn it again. There we go. That's really annoying. Like you can't hardly place it that way. Guess I could have come in from the side of it or something and try to get it to place that direction. But yeah, they really need to zoom some of these way out. That was kind of bad. I'm running planks like out of my inventory right now. Yeah. So I have no planks in the storage at all. Hey, how's it going, man? Game's going really well, actually. Might end up being game of the year for me with some of the rest of the crap I've been playing. How bad it's all been. This game has been quite a treat, honestly. Just don't see many games that just work when you download them and play them anymore. And this one has been really good so far. It's a little bit more of a slow-paced concept for a survival game, but yeah, there's just really not been much. I'm planning on playing Stalker 2 next week. It'll be it comes out on Wednesday. I'm hoping that's going to be really good. Yeah, I mean that's technically the name of like the starting city, pretty much. The area, they call it the Peasant Kingdom. But yeah. But yeah, it's been fun. I'm expecting this game to be far better than Assassin's Creed, the new Assassin's Creed game coming out. So. Yeah. It's having the city builder stuck in inside of the survival style game is a really neat concept. Like I'm really enjoying that part of the game, and I'm not super deep into it. I only have 2 territories right now. I'm just getting ready to take over the center one, but there's a lot more gameplay, and I don't know, I'm almost 50 hours into it. So I mean, I've kind of been taking it slow. I haven't been pushing really hard trying to take over a bunch of areas or anything. I'm just kind of, you know, playing the game, having a good time, exploring, stuff like that. So. Yeah, I don't really like burning through games. It's like the whole point of buying a game and picking it up is to entertain myself. It's like, why try to speed run it the first time through? It's like I want to have a good time with it. I never understand why people will pick up a game and, you know, they'll pay like $70 for a game and then they're mad if it has more than 40 hours of content in it. It's like, isn't that kind of the point? More content for less money? There's a few things about the game that I kind of wish were a little different, but for the most part, it's playing really well. I'm having a really good time with it. I haven't really had any frame drop issues. I'm playing it on a fairly beefy machine, so I would be a little concerned if I was having frame drops. But a lot of people were complaining about crashes and stuff, and like I said, I'm roughly 50 hours into the game at this point. Let me see. I can pull it over here for a second. So yeah, I'm 49.4 hours in at the moment, and I've got about almost half of the achievements. And I haven't had a single crash or anything in the game so far. I've had no problems with it. So, but a lot of people were really complaining about crashes, and you know, that was kind of like the big whining point about the game when I was looking through reviews on it. And I was like, crashes aren't necessarily something that's just inherent to the game. And I read some feedback from the developers on it, and they seem to think that a lot of the problem with people having crashes was just having really out-of-date graphics drivers and stuff like that, which was causing the problem. So I updated my graphics drivers before I started playing. Haven't had a single crash, so I'm leaning towards maybe they were right. I do know they had like 1 or 2 crash issues that were going on that some people were experiencing that they fixed in a patch a day or 2 ago, and I mean, that's really good that they got those lined out, and they seem to have done it pretty quickly. I wish there was a better way to level up the monk XP. How beefy is the setup as far as what, like fighting? Oh, are you sorry? Are you talking about the computer? I'm running I've got a 4080 Super is the graphics card that I'm running, and I'm running oh, what was it? I don't think I have the box laying around here anymore. I had it in here a little while ago. I think I'm running an AMD processor. It's a Ryzen 7950, I think is what it is. and I've got 64 gigs of RAM in the system, so it's fairly beefy for for playing a game like this. It's not absolute bleeding edge. I'm running NVMe hard drives, so. Yep, out of straw again. Here's always out of straw. So yeah, it does pretty well. I generally like playing a little bit more graphically intense games, so I generally try to keep a pretty decent system so I don't have a lot of problems with them. After playing, getting into Ark Survival Evolved when it first came out, and the beast of a game that it ended up being, I I started keeping pretty beefy graphics cards just to not have to run into that issue again. The game was so poorly optimized when it first came out. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Did you play much Ark, or were you not a big fan of it? I know some people are really back and forth on that game. Oh yeah, I've always played. I don't get into these style games playing them in a PvP format. It's like if I want to play PvP, I'll do like Battlefield or Call of Duty or some other FPS game or something like that. Like the concept of putting 50 hours into grinding out a big base and all that kind of stuff, just to have some like crazy team come in and just wipe out all your shit and be like, yeah, well, screw you. You don't play enough. Yeah, I don't get into that kind of stuff. So like I play all of these kind of games. I always play them PvE mode. I usually will run a server or something like that for whatever survival game I'm playing, and then just invite other people in to play on the server, and then we all just kind of divide up and create bases and stuff like that, and show off the different build ideas and stuff we've come up with. I have a Minecraft server that some people run on currently, and we're thinking about setting up a new Ark server here fairly soon, because we've been kind of messing around with the Ark Survival Ascended, the new version that they made. I'm still not really happy with the amount of money that they're charging for it, after telling everybody that it was going to be free if you bought the season 1 and 2 pack of Genesis. Sorry, not Generations, but it kind of pissed people off when they kind of backed out on that and then put a price tag on it after all. But my wife is a huge Ark Survival fan, so we ended up picking it up anyway. So yeah, you don't have to if you run a server out of your own home. And it's not technically their server software. You're actually paying Nitrado. So basically what happened is Wildcard Studio got themselves into a pretty nasty little pickle, and Nitrado had been bailing them out for a long time, and they were in really deep for Nitrado. Like, they owed Nitrado a lot of money. So a part of the way that they got out of that was by giving them sole rights to be able to, they're the only host provider that can do servers for Ark Survival if it's a paid server. Now, if you want to run a server out of your own home, if you've got a server machine, or I mean, even if you just got a decent PC that you just want to, you know, set off on the side and run the server hardware on it, you can do that completely free and you're okay. You don't have to pay anything, but you got to understand how to be able to run a server and how to, you know, fix problems with it. You know, anything goes sideways with that server, it's on you to fix it. Nobody's coming to save you. So, so as long as you're fine with server architecture and running a server, you're perfectly fine, and it doesn't cost you a penny if you've got the hardware just laying around. So yeah, that's what I'm considering doing. I've been considering running a server out of the house for quite some time, because I'm just getting tired of paying. Yeah, like even when you like, Nitrado is such a terrible company to rent servers from, and they're super expensive for what they are. I normally, personally, I'll do like Apex servers. I like their servers really well. They've been really stable for me so far, and I've shopped around a bunch of different server places. So I pretty much do all of my servers there, but because they are really stable and don't have a lot of problems, they're a little pricey. You know, so your average game server is probably going to run you, you know, 30-40 bucks a month. Now, like stuff like Minecraft is super cheap. I'm running a Minecraft server through them for like $9 a month. I mean, it's like dirt cheap, and that'll support like 50 players or something like that. But yeah, if you're running any kind of like more state-of-the-art game, Apex, APEX.com, I think it is. I have it. I've got it saved, so I'll double check here just to make sure. Actually, you could just probably Google Apex servers, Apex hosting. Yeah, if you Google Apex hosting, they're the very first one that shows up. And their actual website is apexminecrafthosting.com. They probably have a bunch of different names that they own, but yeah. That's for Minecraft, but they do all kinds of different games. Like almost any survival game that exists, you can host through them, with the exception of Ark Survival Ascended. You can still do the old evolved version, but no Ascended. Let's see. I'm gonna have to build a machine for it. It'll probably be like a legit server. Like I'll probably buy a probably like a dual processor server board, and actually like kit it out with you know, with a decent amount of NVMe drives and put a pretty significant amount of RAM, like ECC RAM, and get the good stuff. And run a real server for it. It's been something I've been kicking around doing for years, but you know, like at first it wasn't that big of a deal when you're talking about $9 Minecraft servers, but then, I mean, at one point we were running an Ark Survival Evolved server, a 7 Days to Die server, we were running a Valheim server, and something else. I mean, when you start thinking about that, it's like you're looking at $160 a month, you know, just to run those 4 games pretty much. You know, so it's like if you run your own server and have a decent hard drive on it, and you're like, all of the servers are just like a small group of friends, like maybe 5 or 10, 15 people, it's like you could run all of those and just run your own. And it's like I don't have a problem running server architecture. That doesn't bother me. So I'll just have to figure out what kind of a system, you know, if I'm going to do it in Linux, or if I'll run it in Windows. They both have their own, you know, their own issues. So I'll just have to decide which one I would rather have to deal with. I need to dump these weapons in here so these guards will get back to work. Yeah, a lot of my friends and family like to play survival games, so we're always constantly bouncing around. We generally go pretty hard when playing survival games. So I mean, we'll get on and play 8, 10, 12 hours a day, you know, 4 or 5 days in a row, something like that. Sometimes it's like we just go nuts with them. So You'd be amazed what you have to sacrifice to get into doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, fortunately, like I met my wife playing WoW years ago, and so you know she was a gamer starting out and has always been kind of into it, and it's worked out well for us. We play a lot of games together. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Like even when we met, it hasn't been that long ago. I mean, we've been married. I guess it was. It'll be 8 years this coming year. No. No, it's actually been longer than that. Yeah, it's been. It was 2013 was when we got married, so it's been a while. It's been about 12 years. But yeah, I mean, like when we first started dating online, like a lot of people thought it was really weird, but I mean, my argument for the whole thing from the beginning was yeah, right, wushu, whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where, you know, it was kind of frowned upon back in those days, but, you know, like so many people were using dating apps and stuff like that. It's like, you know, some of the people that I played WoW with back in that time, I knew them better than I knew my own real life friends. You know, like you spend more time with people that you play games with online than you do with a lot of your families sometimes. So I was like, you know, we knew each other really well. You know, we knew what we were both interested in, what we did for fun, and, you know, just kind of clicked. And she, you know, like she's got enough stuff about her that's completely different, you know, so we're not identical in the way that we do things, you know, like I went to school for computer science, she went to school for art, so, and that's actually worked out well also. I'm in the process of developing a game, and so she's actually doing the artwork for it, which is, it works out really well as far as that goes, because when it comes to creating art, as far as pictures and drawings and things like that, I have no artistic talent whatsoever. So it's like if I was making a game, we'd be lucky to have stick figures if I was responsible for the assets. That, or I'd have to be having it AI created or downloading it from the Unreal Store or something like that. I'm actually just getting back into playing WoW a little bit after a bit of a hiatus from playing, and that's why Wushu's here. He's here to make sure I haven't backed out on it yet. I'm gonna be tanking for his raid team in Season of Discovery. I'm going back to the light mode. He's like, you're playing an awful lot of this samurai game. I don't like this. Oh, nice. Did the other one stay in guild? I know you were saying you might have to bring in a pug. That's the kind of thing that would go out to one of them. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, so that's just that much more likely that I will get one now. I told you I was good luck, man. All I had to do was join the guild and 2 of them dropped. Wait till I show up to the raid, we'll get like 5. Yeah. Oh, this game really needs a button that you can hit to drop things on the ground. I hate having to like right click for the menu and then drop stuff. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if there is one and I just don't know what it is. Although if you drop a bunch of crap like this, it all lines up real nice. And then you just kind of turn it all into boards, just that quick. Really eats through the durability on your item, your tool really fast. And they are eating those boards up. Is that why you keep coming here and giving me subs, Wushu? Are you like literally paying me to tank? Is that what it is? That's what's happening, isn't it? Did any of you guys get to watch the Tyson fight tonight? Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty sad. I was pretty disappointed. Yeah. Yeah, age is not pretty. That's why my job involves a lot of sitting down. Not to worry about my legs giving out. I feel bad for him though. It's like, that was rough. Kind of halfway expected that to be the case though. You were 100% convinced the right way. It's one of those things that, you know, like they were talking it up so much, and so I really wanted to watch it. But yeah, I was kind of the same way. I really wanted to see Tyson just like lay the dude out, but I was pretty certain it wasn't going to happen. And I mean, it went all 8 rounds. Nobody got knocked down. It was slow. It was painful. Whoever convinced you to not give money to Netflix was 100% correct. And not to mention, the fight was poor, but the streaming quality was ass. Like it was like pixelating, and I like, like people were getting disconnected constantly. It was really bad. But yeah, the fights before the Tyson Jake Paul fight were easily the best fights that they had. Like Jake Paul Tyson was just sad. Like most of the Tyson landed 18 punches. That's it. And Jake Paul landed like 60 something, but I mean, even then it just wasn't much. Like it was a very slow, very boring fight. Yeah. I mean, it's just you could basically what you could tell was going on is it was almost like it was a passing of the guard. Like in the second round, you could tell Tyson came out heavy. And man, his right, like the first right hook that he threw was lightning fast. It was so fast, but he was a little short on the mark. Jake Paul had 5 inches of reach on him, so Tyson couldn't get inside on him really well. And he just wore himself out in the first round, throwing punches, but not being able to hit him because, you know, Jake was just staying so far away. And I think it was just one of those things where, even the commentators started talking about it, and they're like, you know, why isn't Jake Paul just open it up on Tyson and going nuts? And one of the other commentators was like, I don't think anybody wants to see that happen, so I just don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, it was bad. It was not good at all. Like you could tell Tyson was just like by the end of the second round, you could tell the fight was over. Like there was no chance he was going to win it unless he just got like some random like one hit and just knocked the dude out. If that did not happen, he was not winning that fight. But yeah, it was sad. He's an old dude though, man. 58. It's insane that he got into the shape that he got into in the amount of time that he did. I mean, dude is old. That's really old for that kind of work. He's 58 years old, and I wouldn't want to be in a ring with him. And he's definitely got some years on me, but yeah, Jake Paul was trying to act like he was all tired and stuff, but I don't think he really was. He was just trying to play the part and not knock the dude out. So that'll probably end up being Tyson's last fight, I would guess. Like he's kind of proven he just doesn't have what it takes to go the distance. I mean, he did last all 8 rounds, but they did 2-minute rounds instead of 3-minute rounds. Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping for, honestly, as I really wanted to see like a George Foreman return, man. Like when George Foreman came back, you know, like that dude was fat. And he got in shape and, you know, and then actually won the championship belt again. Like I wanted to see something, you know, like Tyson come out of something like that, but I think Tyson's just basically been out of the game for too long. He apparently had a fight back during COVID, like after the majority of COVID had kind of passed, and he did a fight, you know, back then, and I don't think it went over super well. I didn't even know he fought. Like I was always a big Tyson fan back in the day, like back in the 90s. I used to watch all of his fights. So yeah, and I didn't even know he fought then. So yeah, it did not go over super well. So I think he's just been out of the game too much. Living that rich life. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't hear that he said that after the fight was over. I just kind of turned it off. I didn't know he said it wasn't going to be his last fight, but I mean, maybe he'll, after this fight, he'll realize like how much more work he needs to do, and you know, like he'll buff up a little bit more and come back a little harder on somebody else. But yeah, seriously. Yeah, find out whoever Bezos' supplier is. That's good. I like that. Oh God, Logan Paul is a reject. maybe he ought to fight Mr. Beast next. Left a random tree cut down out here and didn't realize it. Yeah, it's probably accurate. Yeah, I left all kinds of wood laying around in this freaking forest. Yeah, I probably would have rather devoted more time to the stream tonight than unfortunately, because of the way the fights happened. I was watching the fight in the middle of stream, and it kept, like, I was getting really sidetracked bad. So I'm sure the people that came here to see the game weren't super happy about it. But yeah, I think I would have rather focused on the stream a little bit more tonight than actually watching the fight. It was rough. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, I think a lot of people were watching the fight because basically no one was talking while the fight was going on. I was just like, I don't know. That's the rough part about streaming. Like, I've only been streaming for a couple of months, so I'm still pretty new at it, and so I don't have a ton of people that are coming in and watching. And the people that do come in and watch, most of the time they're pretty quiet and don't talk. So it's like it makes streaming rough. When it's like, in order to be entertaining, you need to be chatting and talking with people, but probably 2/3 or more of the people that come in don't talk for whatever reason. Like, they don't even say hi or what's going on, or even ask about the game that you're playing most of the time. So it's like, you can only talk so much to yourself. Yeah. Yeah, it'll pick up. I've got to get my the YouTube side of my stuff going a little bit more, and maybe I'll get a little more foot traffic once that's going. I do have I dual stream onto YouTube, but almost no one watches the stream from YouTube at all. I think one time in like 4 weeks, I've had somebody actually comment on the YouTube side, and that was back when I was. Oh man, what was I playing? I think I was playing Throne and Thunder at the time. Or no, I was playing Once Human. Yeah, that's why I was still playing Once Human. But yeah, I need to start getting some videos and some guides and stuff like that up on YouTube, and get some people, like, get some foot traffic coming in that way, and maybe people will come back and watch when the stream is actually live once they kind of got to see me do stuff, kind of know what I'm about. Because Twitch is just not real good for for getting new people in. I think when you're playing a game like this where there's not a lot of people streaming it, you'll get more people coming in, because there's only like the last time I checked, there were only like 5 or 6 people streaming on this game at certain times. So then when there's only 5 or 6, then somebody will pop in and like bounce around and just see who's talking. But if you're playing a bigger game, like when I was playing Once Human, I mean, there was like 200 people streaming the game. It's like nobody was gonna find me on Twitch. Maybe I'll get some interest for the 1 day a week that I'll be raiding in WoW. So I'll just get in and shit talk my guild the whole time, primarily the guild leader. Dude is awful. I'll create some kind of fake drama or something. Get all the soap opera people in here. I'm curious, Scissor, when you're playing this game, do you frequently run around with just stone tools and stuff like that, or do you actually use higher end tools? You use copper? Yeah. I'm actually getting to a point now to where I have a lot of copper. I probably could switch over maybe. But I was talking about earlier how, for the most part, the durability on upgraded tools is not so much more than what the stone is, that whenever you break a copper tool, you have to run back and craft one at a table. So it's like, I've just been using stone tools the whole time because I can just craft it right where I'm at. And it's like the copper and higher stuff may give slightly more yield, but you know, it's like that's great. But the amount of time I have to spend running back to town to, you know, to get a new one when I break my old one, it's like I could get way more resources by just staying here and using stone tools. Yeah, I probably could easily automate copper right now, because I think I have one mining building in the starting zone. I didn't create it until really late though. So it's like, I think I just created it yesterday. So probably about, you know, 35, 40 hours in, something like that. But I already have over 600 copper that's just piling up because I'm not really doing anything with it. I just recently started smelting it into bronze. And I probably can even automate bronze stuff here soon. But I mean, at the rate that I'm going, I'm about to hit iron at this rate. I'm starting to have a hard time creating enough of the health stuff to be able to maintain my my dynasty. I'm like negative 92 on crafting right now because I just can't get enough mushrooms in. Like, that's the problem. Not enough mushrooms. So I'm hoping the next area that I'm going to take over is the Central Plains area, which unlocks the like the cold compress, I think is what it's called. So it's an upgraded health item, and I'm hoping making that stuff will be easier, and I can just like completely ditch the mushroom foraging, because it's like, I think I have 3 foragers huts now, all of them with 2 tables apiece, and every single one of them are harvesting mushrooms, and it's just not getting them fast enough. So it's like, that's 6 people that are dedicated to just harvesting mushrooms, or sorry, yeah, 6 people dedicated to just harvesting mushrooms, and I don't have enough for, was it 33 people? So yeah, it's rough. Oh, where'd you go, Mr. Wolf? Don't want none of this. Oh wait, where'd my sword go? Ah, maybe he does want some of this. I'm gonna die to a freaking wolf. I broke my sword. That was bad. So yeah, hoping those cold compress rags will be a higher quality. I need to start figuring something out for food though too. Like I'm doing okay crafting enough food, but there's got to be a more efficient way to do it that I just haven't really looked into yet. Like I said, I really like the concept of the city building in the game, but when you really just want to go out and explore and kind of, you know, conquer areas and stuff, the city building can get kind of tedious sometimes. And so I've mostly just been doing just enough with the city building to keep it afloat so things don't collapse on me. But I haven't spent a whole lot of time looking into super efficient ways to do things, which I probably should. Because I'm sure there's probably some meals that I can craft. Like right now, my people are living off of like gobo stew and and cooked eggs. Like I just have a bunch of foragers collecting eggs and then having some cooks cooking them, and that's basically what they live off of.
さらばごめんつかまつる
Oh man, am I probably out of housing again, aren't I? No, I have one spot left. Oh, that mining post that I just did. Yeah, that works. I guess, I don't know if you noticed in the recent patch or not, I don't know how deep into the game you are, but it looks like in the patch that they did today, they increased the population for the spiritual side of stuff. Because like when I was doing this yesterday, it was at like 29, and then when I logged in today, now it's at 36 when this happens. So I've only got 2 more population before I have to start worrying about that. Oh man. Also not producing enough water. Or do I have other people that are like without tools right now or something? What's going on? Oh yeah, no buckets for the well. I need to craft buckets faster. Oh, did they actually mention it in the update notes that that's what happened? I kind of skimmed through the notes, but I didn't see that part. Oh, they didn't mention it? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to build another thing for wood here and then build another crafting table for making buckets. Just can't keep enough of them right now. Oh man, I don't have any other workers for this place. Just go full out on logs there. I will have to find somebody to make the other stuff elsewhere. Thought I completed that. Why is that quest still there? Oh, maybe it's wanting me to visit the place. That might be what it was. Oh, do you actually get samurai armor? Because that, like this soldier's armor that I'm wearing, I saw there was an iron version of it, but I was actually kind of wondering if you get to steal, if you would actually get samurai armor. That's really cool if that's the case. That's awesome. Yeah, I was really hoping there would be, but I wasn't seeing anything for it. So I was like, I technically, I don't know if this character actually starts as a samurai, and that's generally not something that is easily acquired, so I didn't know if they would actually award you with the samurai gear in the game or not. Yeah, I'm sure the materials are rough, but I mean, at least with the armor, it doesn't seem to degrade or anything, so you don't have to worry about repairing it like you do the weapons. Yeah. Probably about all I've got that I want to sell right now. Actually, no. Let's sell the sake. Sells well. Yeah. Especially with the rate some of the stuff degrades. Like, I feel like one of the things that drives me nuts is, so you got, you know, you have to have guards for your city, and you have to supply a weapon. It seems like one weapon per guard per day. And I'm like, what the hell are these guards doing where they're breaking a weapon every day? It's like, these are like the worst guards ever. It's like nobody's attacking my town. They're literally just like sitting there like beating the weapons against the walls and stuff. Yeah. Did you see in the roadmap for the game that they're actually planning on adding city invasions, like where your cities will get attacked? That could be really cool, but I don't know. Yeah, a little bit. I'll be interested to see if they decide to like, if they decide to kind of like change the. Oh, another monk level. That's what I was hoping for. I'll be interested to see if they actually kind of try to change the combat system when they do that. Because the combat system is a little on the janky side. It's just, I mean, it has the potential to be good, but not necessarily. Yeah, it's that. I think that'd be a pretty accurate consideration for the era from which the game feels like it's actually from. Like it has nice graphics, but plays like it's from the 2000s. Oh yeah. I'm interested to see what they do with Kingdom Come 2, if they're going to use the same like wonky system or if they'll do something different. No, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I think it'd be better being simplified. Like, the combat was just a little weird. I was really back and forth with whether or not I liked it. Like, it was a cool idea, and if you were using something like a Wiimote or something like that, where you could actually like swing a sword from the different directions, it would have been cool. But yeah, outside of that, I don't know. I remember there was I'd never actually completed the game, but there was a fairly early in the game, Mountain Blade. Yeah, I think that's the one that I played. Let me double check here. That's not the one I wanted over here. Mountain Blade, yeah. So I played the second one. I never played the first one. I didn't play it a super long amount of time. I was in the middle of playing something else, and somebody convinced me that I really needed to check the game out, so I got into it and wasted like a day or so on it. And then I was like, I'm going to play this game too much, and I got this other thing I'm trying to play right now, so I'm going to have to get back to this. And I just never actually got around to getting back to it. It's on my list though. It was a really neat game. It looked like it was going to get really deep as far as like the different types of trade routes and all that stuff that you could set up. I was really interested in checking that part of it out. Yeah. Yeah, when I was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, there was a test that you had to do where you had to like go fight this like a knight or something along those lines, and you could do some training beforehand, and I would just sit there and train constantly on that the training dude that you got to work with, just trying to get the weapon skill to go up. Yeah. Yeah, the game definitely got better once you got a higher weapon skill. When your weapon skill was low, like the combat system was awful, and I was actually kind of against the game until I was reading on something, because I was like, I would like to play this game. It seems like it would be a cool story, but I hate the combat so much because it was so hard to do well with it. And so I started reading. I was like, maybe I can find a guide or something. Like maybe I'm missing something about how this game works. And a guide that I found basically was like, yeah, the game's actually pretty difficult until you get your weapon skill up, and then it actually becomes kind of a joke. So I was like, oh, okay, so the trick is I just need to find somewhere to level up the weapon skill, and then it gets to be a little too easy, from what I heard. But I was in the process of leveling up the weapon skill, and I kind of get squirreled sometimes on games. Like I'll get really into, I'll be playing a game that I'm kind of iffy about, which was Kingdom Come Deliverance, and then something else that I really want to play will come out, and then I'll just swap to it. And then when I finish it, instead of going back to Kingdom Come, I'll just go to some other game. So like I have a library full of both Xbox and Steam games that I have picked up and have never gotten around to finishing because something else just comes out that I want to play more. I got really bad about it back in the day. I used to manage a GameStop, and like I was constantly getting into hype for new games that were coming out, so I was just like buying games left and right when I worked there, and it's like so frequently I would never complete them just because so much stuff was coming out. Yeah, I don't know. The perfect game I think would be really difficult to find. One day I think I will find the perfect game for me because I will develop it, but but we'll see. I usually have a pretty high standard with games. I get really annoyed really fast with games that have major bugs and stuff like that that they just won't fix. Hence the name of the channel. I've been known to rage on a crappy game once or twice. It's like, it seems like things are getting so much worse these days too. Like the developers just really, they're not listening to what the players want from stuff anymore, and they just keep making really bad games. Like, I know people like to use, like, you know, trigger phrases and stuff like DEI and all this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah, but I mean, it's like at the end of the day, most of the time it's just the game is bad. It's like I don't think most people would care about DEI stuff if the game was really awesome. Like they just want to play good games. So then when it ends up being bad, they got to have something to blame it on. So I think that's where the majority of that comes from. But yeah, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, the games are just bad. And, you know, sometimes you'll find you know, an interesting little hit game. Like I was pretty surprised with Pal World, and I had a really good time with it for a while, but, you know, it was riddled with bad issues at the beginning. It was a small team that was working on it, and, you know, so it's like you kind of excused a little bit of it, but it's like, well, it's been years, or like it's been well over a year at this point, You know, where are the major fixes for the big bugs? Or like Valheim is another great example. Like when Valheim first came out, I thought it was a phenomenal game, but it had all kinds of inconsistencies and things that frustrated me about it. I mean, like that game is way into development at this point, and it's not even finished yet. I mean, games that go into early access and stay in them for like 3, 4, or 5 years, stuff like that. It's like, that's ridiculous for early access. It's like early access should be like a handful of months, or you know, maybe even a couple of weeks or something like that. Like even being in early access for a year is ridiculous in my opinion, unless like, I just don't think you should release a game that's that incomplete. Yeah, they're like 7 Days to Die is like 11 years in, and that game has changed significantly since I started playing it just like a year and a half ago. I developed a mod for that game because I was getting really annoyed with the way things worked in the game. So I basically made a mod with the intention of making the game take longer to progress through. Because when they finally came out with their 1.0 stuff, it's like you can just fly through that game so fast. And it's like you just get all the in-game gear and all the in-game weapons and stuff, and literally nothing is a challenge anymore. Nothing aside from the lag, you know? So I developed a mod for the game. Just I haven't released it to the public yet, but it's just a private mod right now because it's not finished. It's not doing everything that I wanted to do. But the whole point behind it was to slow down the progression in the game because it was just too fast. So I literally removed every single weapon and armor drop from the game. You can't find weapons or armor in the game at all. You have to craft everything, and then the crafting requires the previous version in order to craft the next one. So even going up tiers of the exact same kind of weapon, you know, like you'll have you started out with like the fist weapons. I think it was like leather, like leather knuckles, but then you would have like quality 1 through 6 on those. So you would craft the quality 1s, and then to craft the quality 2s, it took all of the stuff plus the quality 1 knuckles, or you know, like leather straps. And then when you wanted to upgrade to like the iron knuckles, you had to have the quality 6 leather to go to quality 1 iron. It's not really crafting hardcore. It really didn't add that much to the game as far as longevity. Like, it just made it to where you couldn't just go out and open a box and get like a quality 6 item that just trivialized the content. It doesn't slow it down an insane amount, and I didn't like increase the I didn't do like insane cost increases or anything like that. I did go through and normalize the experience for all of the trade skill stuff. Because if you found a coal mine and dug that out with a pick, it was an absurd amount of experience that you would get compared to any other form of trade skilling in the game. So I went through and normalized all the experience, so every trade skill you do essentially will give you the same experience at the same rate. Which was, I slowed it down from what the coal was because that was really insane. But then I increased the rate that some of the others gave you XP to something a little more, you know, reasonable. Yeah, just a little bit more of a realistic progression. And then, let's see, what else did I do? I reduced the number of books in the game, like the magazines for getting skill ups. Because that was the other thing, is like you could go through progression so fast. You know, essentially every time you put a point in a skill in the game, it would increase your chances of finding books of that type. So I just removed that factor. So every single book has exactly the same chance to find it. And the other thing that was really bad too, that really sped up books also, was the base game is designed that like if you're doing cooking and you cap out the cooking skill, it obliterates the chances of you finding cookbooks anymore. It drops it to basically 0. So I got rid of that factor as well. It's like so the entire time you're playing the game, you have the exact same amount of the same chance to find any book in the game. So like you would start getting overstock of, you know, books that you've kind of completed but it wouldn't make you blow through the remaining books that you hadn't got yet. So that kind of slowed down the progression a little bit too. And it just made you kind of hang out in each one of the tiers a little longer. So it wasn't, like the second or third time I played through the game, it was just all about progressing through the quest lines as fast as you could to get to higher and higher tier quests. And this just made it to where whenever you got to a quest tier, you had to stay there for a while. You were staying for a lot longer than 10 quests. Maybe you had to stay for 20 or 30 to get some XP and stuff like that. So it just slowed it down in general. And then I started adding some concepts to make the game a little bit more difficult as well. Like if you have a broken leg and you do anything other than slow walking with it, it will apply the 20-second bleed timer to you. So you'll bleed for 2 health per second for 20 seconds if you have a broken leg and you hit the run button even once. Or if you're on anything taller than a coffee table and you fall off of it, 20 seconds of bleed. So that made combat a lot more difficult. Like if you got out somewhere and were fighting and broke your leg, you had to stay and fight. You couldn't run. You couldn't run away. And then I also made it to where if you got an arm broken, that you would get bleeding for swinging your weapon. So in that case, you had to run. You couldn't stay and fight. So it made you actually think about your combat a little bit more, because you're like, well, I don't want to get in here and get my leg broken. And then I removed the ability from first aid to where casts would instantaneously fix broken limbs. I gutted that from the game, so that doesn't work anymore. Yeah, that's actually kind of what I was going for. I wanted to make the game a little more difficult because I love zombie survival games. And Project Zomboid was a little more difficult than what I liked for a starter game. To get into the game, it's really hard to kind of understand what's going on and what you need to do to survive. But then 7 Days to Die was way too easy. So I wanted to find something that was kind of in between there, but then was also like the first/third person style play, because I prefer that over the kind of jank graphics of Project Zomboid. But yeah, I actually have Project Zomboid as well. It's a pretty fun game. It just took me a long time to get to a point to be able to survive more than about 20 minutes. See, I have enough room to put another carpentry table in here. Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, once I get a little closer to getting it finished, the other thing that I was wanting to add as well is I hate how people will die. This was a huge problem in Ark Survival Evolved that drove me nuts. When people were working in their base and they got low in food and water, they would just die to refill their food and water. So I hated that about 7 Days to Die as well. Is like people would get the disease and just die and get rid of the disease. And then I had another friend of mine that actually just kept the disease and let it completely max out, because if it goes to 100 and then you die, it actually clears it off of you. So that was one of the things that I wrote back that I added to the game, was if you died from the disease hitting 100%, when you resurrected, you would have the disease at 80% again. So you had a very short amount of time to get it resolved. And I don't know if this is something I can write into the game or not without, because you can do pretty much anything you want if you want to actually add, go into C++ and actually compile code into the game. But then that makes the game, now it's something different and it won't necessarily work with all other mods. So I'm trying to keep everything that I can in the XML files, but I really want to make it to where to make it kind of like I don't know if you ever played iZombie on was it iZombie? Was that the name of it? I can't remember if that was the name of it now or not, but it was on the Wii U, and then at some point they eventually released it on Xbox. But it was a fairly hardcore zombie game, and when you died, you would start again in the same world, but it was a new character. But if you went back to the spot that you died, a zombie version of your character with all of your gear was there, and you had to try to kill it to get your stuff back. I want to work that into 7 Days to Die, so that when you die, all of your stuff, like if you've got it set to drop everything when you die, that it all is actually on a zombie that is there, that is stronger than the other zombies, and you have to go back and try to kill it. So yeah, I don't know if that's something that I can do. I haven't gotten deep into that part yet because I was still working on a few other things in the game, but that was the next thing on my list that I wanted to mess around with. So I also went through and significantly reduced the amount of ammo that dropped in the game. I cut it down to like maybe 1 in 10. So for every 100 ammo that you would find in the base version of the game, you would find 10 ammo in the in my version of the game, because ammo was just way too easy. Both ammo and gas were insanely easy to just loot crap loads of it. You never had to craft it. So the concept of playing 7 Days to Die, you basically never need to go to the desert and farm oil because you can just find gasoline everywhere. Like there was just no point. So I wanted to have a reason for people to have like multiple bases in the game and stuff like that as well. So I started developing on that, reducing the amount of oil and ammo that drops, so you'd actually have to go out and harvest the materials and craft your ammo. I didn't get into any of the permanent weapon breaking that some of the other mods out there do. I'm not a big fan of that concept. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know if this company opens up stuff to be able to make mods for these games or not, but this game would be a lot of fun to make mods for, I think. I just don't know if they have any support for that at all right now. That's not the building I wanted. Now, do I have enough room to fit one of these in here is the real question. Well, kind of. There we go. This person is going to do nothing but make buckets. I didn't want to make a bucket. I want somebody else to make a bucket. Man, only 22 buckets. That's crazy. Well, hopefully it'll be good enough. I keep forgetting I can actually check on that screen, but it didn't actually change this. I think the reason that this number is so low is because they keep running out of buckets, so. Yeah, apparently they used to not be. I saw a thing somewhere when I was first reading about the game on trying to figure out why, why it was so hard to get water to generate. They were saying to just bring buckets over here and kind of drop them off. So I'm under the impression that at some point they didn't used to be a one-time use thing, unless they meant literally dropping them into the well. So I'm not sure what the direction is on that one, but yeah, the one per use concept on the buckets is a little rough. All right, gonna have to build another house. I think I want to put these guys out at the other place. There's way more people here than there are at Hinue Mata. It's actually kind of funny that the first village I built was basically just kind of reconstructing the village that already existed. I was just kind of messing around with that, and then this is my second village, and I started experimenting with roads and stuff. So I'll have to experiment with walls and things like that in the next village, and maybe by the time I get close to the last region, I'll actually have a really cool looking village. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Sorry, I'm going through the process of trying to come up with a different sound for the following, and I frequently miss them because it doesn't make any noise on the when follows are going through currently. Trying to come up with a thematic sound for that one. I was using wolf howling, which because that's like, you know, my icon and everything, but that's actually for subs. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's really the whole reason I got into doing it, because I just thought it would be fun. I enjoy getting in and talking with different people and kind of BSing about things. Wrong area. At some point, I want to start getting the that higher quality wood and start making some of the bigger houses. I guess I could become a slumlord and start putting extra beds in some of the pre-existing houses. People might get angry then. Yeah, I stream like 5 nights a week, about the same time every week. I don't usually go quite this late, but the wife is out of town this weekend, so I was like, yeah, I'll just stay up and stream. Otherwise, I'll just be sitting here like watching TV or something. I gotta make more freaking straw. I need to just go and get a whole bunch of grass and just make a ton of straw. Like every time I turn around, I'm running out. But yeah, I'm kind of I kind of play around with a lot of different games. Usually my main focus is survival games, but like I'll be playing Stalker 2 starting on Wednesday. I kind of argue that it's a survival game because it doesn't really, it's not survival craft for sure. There's really no crafting in the game, but I don't think the game even really like focuses on like trying to eat food or anything like that. It's just, it seems like you just like pick up all your ammo from people that you kill for the most part. So that's the survival part, is having to be careful with ammo usage, but looks like it'll be a pretty fun game. Yeah, well, it doesn't come out until Wednesday, so unless you've like been watching the video, like watching previews for it or anything, you wouldn't have seen it. I've never played one of the previous Stalker games. I know they did Stalker 1, and then I think they had another one that had like an off name to it. So I think that was like an interim version of the game that was between 1 and 2. But I haven't played either one of them. But a friend of mine told me about the second one and sent me a video for it. Looks really cool. So gonna play that on Wednesday, and then I dabble in MMOs and stuff like that from time to time. I did some Throne and Liberty for a little while. Wasn't really impressed with it. And then I'm gonna start doing one night a week I'll dedicate to WoW. It's probably gonna be Thursdays. Probably half the stream will be a WoW raid in Season of Discovery, so it's not going to be like crazy hardcore raids or anything like that. It's Season of Discovery, so most of that stuff isn't crazy hard, but you know, the raids last an hour, hour and a half, you know, something like that, so not insanely long. So it probably won't even be half of the run, but I bounce around from things from time to time. But if there is a really cool survival craft game, then that's probably what I'll be playing on stream most of the time. I'll probably play some of the new Battlefield whenever that comes out. It's probably still at least a year away, if not more, would be my guess. I've never been a big Call of Duty fan. Not for a very long time anyways. If they ever come out with a new Titanfall, I will play that to death. I loved those games. but it seems like they're pretty content with Apex Legends, which was designed off of the what was supposed to be the Titanfall 3 engine. They turned it into Apex. They basically just stripped out the Titans and or the mechs and turned it into Apex Legends. And I'm not a big fan of the MOBA style games. I don't like the like everybody parachutes in and one person or one team survives. I don't enjoy that as much. But yeah, I get guest speakers and stuff like that in here from time to time as well, so it's not always just me talking, which is nice. It gives people something else to listen to. Like I'll play a game with somebody else or something like that. Sometimes my wife gets in here and she'll either be playing a game with me and we'll be chatting about it, or sometimes I just pull up the dual stream and she'll be working on like art content for either the stream, like making emojis and icons and stuff like that for the stream, or she may be working on assets for the game that we're designing, something like that. So it lets people see stuff like Blender and things like that, and what it actually is in the background. And once I get a little deeper into my game development, so I don't have to worry about people being able to see enough of the code at one time to just copy it, I will probably start dedicating one night a week to software development on stream, so people can actually see what it's like to develop a game and ask questions if they're working on their own game and want to know things. I will probably work on the 7 Days to Die mod at some point as well on stream. So if people are trying to learn how to navigate through XML, XML is not really a programming language. I don't know how much you know about programming, but it's actually what's called a markup language. So it's really simplistic. But if you don't know the syntax for it, it can be really deep to get into. So I actually had to learn XPath in order to be able to do it. I had never messed with anything really with XML before, so that was definitely a large learning curve to be able to start writing mods, and I had lots of questions that I had to ask people. So it's time to pay back into the system. Yeah. I didn't know if this house was actually going to fit here. Getting kind of a steep grade on this hill. No, right now I'm mostly just doing this. And it's not really making a living. No, I worked out a thing with my wife where, yeah, like streaming, yeah. I worked out a thing with my wife, like the majority of my free time that I do, I'm spending working on developing the game. Because the concept is we want to get a game made and then, get it actually out there on the market, and that's how we will make money. I spent quite a few years working for GameStop, managed a store for them for years. And then I left there and went to Best Buy and did home installation for like home theater equipment and stuff like that for a couple of years. And I got out of that during COVID. Because Best Buy finagled their way into claiming that they were a mandatory job. So they actually wanted me in the height of COVID. They wanted me going around to people's houses and actually going in their homes and installing TVs and stuff. And I'm like, I don't really feel comfortable doing that. People lie way too much. I can't count the number of times where, because they had this big spiel that we had to give people when we called to set up the appointments with them. where we were like, you know, you had to be like, are you or is anyone in your home sick or has been sick in the past, you know, 6 weeks or whatever? And you know, people would always say no, and then you would get to their house and they're like coughing and they look like crap, and it's like, I don't want to be here. So yeah, I mean, it was just, in my opinion, it was just kind of a giant clusterfuck, and I didn't want to be part of it. So I actually after they brought everybody back from the shutdown, which was fairly early for us. I mean, I think we were actually out of work for, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, something like that, 5 weeks. And then they started having us go back into people's homes again. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not happy with having to trust other people with what potentially could be my life. I mean, I wasn't terrified of COVID, but at the same time, I didn't want to get out there and roll the dice, you know, 6 or 8 times a day. So I was fine with moving away from that, and I've kind of piddled around and done some freelance programming and stuff like that since then. But yeah, I mean, I started talking with my wife about it, and I was like, you know, we've been talking about developing a game for years. She works in the medical field, so I mean, we can live off the single income right now with money we had saved up and stuff from when I was working. So it's like, you know, if we're gonna do this, it's now or never. So I'm mostly doing that as my, you know, kind of full-time job. But you know, until I actually make a product and sell it, there's no money to be made. So with my free time, you know, where I still play games and stuff, I was like, well, I'll get into streaming and, you know, doing that kind of stuff. And then once I can start streaming, you know, game development, things like that, maybe it'll get a bigger audience. But until then, I can be, you know, working on things like making affiliate and stuff like that. And I was previously a raid leader for a fairly successful WoW Classic guild. So once we decided to be done with WoW Classic, several weeks into Cataclysm Classic having released, most of the people that were from my WoW guild helped out with you know, getting in the channel and trying to get it going. You know, a lot of them would come in pretty frequently and watch me, and it allowed me to get into an affiliate position really fast. Like from the point that I started streaming, I think I made affiliate in like 3 weeks, which is really, really fast. But I mean, I had an entire guild that was backing me, and a bunch of them still get in here and, you know, and watch and you know, kind of chill out and hang out and participate in the conversation. Like, I mean, like Wushu is one of them. I mean, he raided with me, and I'll be raiding in his guild for Season of Discovery. It's kind of what he got into once the Classic guild went under. So that allowed me to get a huge boost into streaming. So I've kind of built a small little audience, and hopefully it'll continue to grow. And you know, if I make some money out of it, great. And if not, I just enjoy doing the content. So it's fun. Like I said, I like talking to people and having a good time with it. Plus, you never know who you're going to talk to. Like, I talk to people all the time that are, you know, that are big into playing games, and they tell me their ideas about, you know, what it is that they miss from games. You know, like I'll get a lot of older gamers, you know, things like that. And yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, there's people out there that are making, you know, insane amounts of money, but I mean, the average streamer, like, you know, if you're making 100 or 200 bucks a month, you're doing well as a streamer, you know. So, and I'm not even remotely close to that yet. So it's like I'm not sweating it too much. Like I said, I'm doing it for fun. If you know, if people sub to me, awesome. If they don't, it's not a huge deal. If it's going to become something, it'll become something, and if it doesn't, then you know, it just is what it is. I'm sure I will continue doing it. You know, and especially once I get into developing more, and if the game becomes successful, I will definitely stream far more frequently, you know, involving game development stuff, if, you know, just playing the games on the side doesn't really take off well. I gotta say, I mean, I know a lot of people are pretty big Asmongold haters, but honestly, he's one of the people that I pay very close attention to for determining how to do my stream. You know, like I know a lot of people are really against him and like really hate some of the stuff he does, but I mean, you got to admit, at the end of the day, he is a very successful streamer. So like he definitely understands some stuff. I don't necessarily support all of the content that he does and some of the stuff that he drags out and the way he does things, but he definitely understands how to run a successful stream. And it's like, it's kind of one of those things where I kind of say, like, don't hate the player, hate the game. He obviously wants to be crazy successful at doing it, and he's doing what he has to do to, what he thinks he has to do to make that work. And he does have some moments of brilliance, like some really good ideas and things that he's done. But yeah, he's pretty controversial for a lot of people. Yeah. Like I get kind of sideways on like a lot of his like the political talk and stuff like that. Like I've watched some videos, like, I'm an older guy. I've been around for a while. I understand how a lot of things work. I went to engineering college. I understand how things work in the world. And there's some things that I've heard him say that I'm like, why in God's name are you telling people this? It's like, this is the dumbest thing you could tell people to do. It's like, we have enough idiocy in our world right now. We don't need you spreading more, even if it's just a gimmick and you're trying to get more subs. Stop. But yeah, I mean, it's like there's some things that he said that I'm just like, yee. But I mean, like I said, I watch a lot of his streams, and like especially his gaming stuff. I like a lot of the stuff he does there. I like how he's really critical about games in the market and things like that here lately, which I think is something that a lot of people should be very critical about, because I think this is a very important time in gaming, to where if we as players don't really start to focus on what it is that we want and really rewarding the companies that do what we want, and and punishing the companies that don't do, and by punishing I mean stop buying their product. If we don't do something to take back control of how games are being made, like, stuff's going to get really sideways and really bad for a long time before they snap back on their own. So yeah, that's one thing I do really support him on, is how he's hypercritical about game developers. I don't even know what that is. I don't. What's the deal with that? I mean, like, I'm aware of the song, but I don't understand the reference with the. Yeah. Like so are you just saying since that time period? Is that what you mean, or is there some reference between the song and Ubisoft that I'm unaware of? Okay, gotcha. I was like, holy crap, there's something like some kind of drama going on with Ubisoft in the song. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, Ubisoft has been upside down for a while. Like they've just been. Like, I like a lot of their games because the original versions or early versions of the games were really good, but they've just been going so sideways with their stuff lately. And like I said, it doesn't even really have a lot to do with the DEI, like most people are complaining about right now. It's just all about everything about their games are just becoming a grind. It's like it's not fun and innovative stuff anymore. It's like, hey, just do that thing that we did with the last game, but let's improve the graphics maybe a little bit, and then just make it really a lot more annoying to play. We want to make it take so much longer that they felt the need to start putting in, like things in their game where you want to do, like microtransaction XP skips for a single player game because it just takes too long to level. It's like the fact that you could do an XP skip for like Assassin's Creed games because it just took insane amounts of times to level your character up. It's like, this is dumb. It's like, this is not what Assassin's Creed was about at all. It's like, why is this a thing? So yeah, it's like that, and I love the Far Cry series. Those have gone sideways lately, and just I don't know, man. Old school Far Cry was really, really good. Newer Far Cry's really, really sad. I hope they kind of realize what position they're getting themselves in, and go that, and go a good direction with it, and start getting back in order. I just don't know if they've really learned their lesson or not. I know that like their CEO just released a statement not too awful long ago, kind of regarding the DEI concept, and basically was saying that, you know, like he didn't care what anybody else thought, that they were just going to almost essentially go more headstrong into DEI. And it's like DEI isn't even your fight, man. Your fight is bad games, and people are using DEI as the reason that your games are bad because they don't know how else to blame it. And then you're basically picking a fight over something that isn't even the problem, and then you're actually going to make people hate your games actually because of DEI, because of the stance you're taking. And it's like I have no idea what that dude's doing right now, but there are some very bad days ahead of, you know, coming up soon for good old Ubisoft. I don't know what their CEO is thinking at all. I think at the end of the day, like a lot of times people just don't know how to express themselves, or they know that something is wrong, but they can't articulate why it's wrong. So they just jump on whatever bandwagon is the thing that everybody else is talking about at the time. And, you know, it just happened to be DEI was the thing when, you know, when Ubisoft started going sideways with their games. Like, you know, the majority of DEI complaints are all coming from Ubisoft games, and it's like there's no way that they're that out there compared to any other game company. I mean, there's a lot of other game companies and movies that are doing DEI stuff right now, and no one's complaining about that stuff because they're actually good. It's like your games are just bad. You just need to make better games. Like, stop making them such a grinding mill. Make the, you know, like, do the stuff that people have been asking for years. Go back to the old school. Like that's one of the big things that's, you know, it's kind of rough when you think about the like cancel me culture and stuff. I think that's what scared a lot of these game companies into doing things like you know, they were doing with the old school Far Cry games. Like Far Cry had a phenomenal villain. Like the antagonist in that game it was such an amazing character. I mean, you just love to hate that guy. And I don't see game companies doing another villain like that like anytime in the near future, just because of how bad cancel culture is. And they're also afraid that if they make a bad guy that's truly like evil, like people want to hate him, that no one will want to buy the game. You know, like the cancel culture will basically just try to overrun them. And it's like, you know, you can't destroy everything about the way that you do things. It's like cancel culture is actually a pretty small percentage of the culture out here. Make the games that sell, make the games that are good. It'll balance itself out at the end of the day. It's like Far Cry 3 basically built the Far Cry empire. Like 1 and 2, those games existed and I had heard of them. And I played Far Cry, and I played Far Cry, I think it was called Far Cry Predator, which was kind of like an expansion to the original Far Cry. I didn't find either one of those games even remotely interesting. I played Far Cry 2 for probably like 5 minutes, and I was like, this just isn't for me. I started playing Far Cry 3 later because someone was just talking about how great it was. I was instantly hooked on that game, and I did not put it down until I beat it. And I mean, it was just such a great game. It's like that game built that entire IP was built off of Far Cry 3. It's like, do that again. That's what people liked. Make that happen again. It's like even Far Cry 4 wasn't anywhere near as good. It's like the bad guy was pretty bad in that one, you know, like kind of an evil dude, but still nothing like the dude from Far Cry 3. And I really think that villain is kind of what made that game. Like it really kind of gripped you into the story. Gotta start figuring out the spiritual stuff. Probably need to build some sort of a Yeah, 4. I really thought that I thought the concept of 4 having multiple endings was really cool, and the fact that at the very beginning of the game you could just go sit down at the table and you got an ending. It's like, yeah, I'm joining the bad guy. See ya. That was so hilarious. That was just not something that games were doing in that age. Let's see. Yeah. I was like, I kind of feel the same way about the first Mass Effect. Like, I thought the first Mass Effect game was a really, really good game, and then they've all kind of gone downhill since then. I didn't. A lot of people really liked 2, but I was not in that group. I thought 1 was way better, but I liked it more because it was an RPG, like way more RPG oriented, and then basically 2 and beyond became third-person shooters, and I'm like, that's not really what you built your game based off of. A lot of people still like the newer ones, but yeah, for me it was just not as good. What building do you craft that actually makes spiritual products? Like, I'm assuming I need to make like prayer beads probably and stuff like that. I don't know. Oh, the stone tablets is what they want? Okay. Do the chisels break? Because I haven't found a way to craft chisels yet. I've only seen places you can buy them. Yeah, I didn't know if you made those. There's like those. I didn't know if you had like the little statue things around your base somewhere, if those would count. Because I know they have those little like the little miniature temples that you can make. I didn't know if that affected it or not. You can make chisels there? Or maybe chisels require iron. Maybe that's why I can't make them yet, because I don't actually have a source of iron. Yeah, because in the stonemason station, I've only got the 3 items I can make. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is, that I just need to get the thing. But yeah, you've got all these different statues that you can make, so that definitely seems to be part of it. I probably need to put a worker in here making some chiseled stone so I can start doing that stuff. I have workers here, don't I? Yeah, it could be. The only thing that I can do in the forge at the moment is just make bronze, but like I said, I haven't even picked up a thing of I haven't made a bronze pick to go over and get iron yet, so I was kind of I don't think the central area doesn't have any iron in it. I was hoping that when I got high enough to make my next city, I would make it somewhere that has access to iron. Like over here, like in Iwasara. Iwasaki, that's what I was trying to say, sorry. Got tongue-tied there. But yeah, if I could build a town up here and then put a mining building in there, I should be able to get a lot of iron ore without a lot of problems. But I think I probably just need to go over there and mine, like take a bronze pick with me and mine some up and see if that'll unlock the pick for me. I'm sorry, the chisel. I still have this, I think this is the hunting building, and it has a thing that you can craft up here. Oh, it's armory storage, that's why. But yeah, it takes 2 iron to be able to craft it, so I've never had the iron for it. I think that's just ore as well. It's not even bars. I even have a pick on me. I do. It's a stone pick. I'll throw that in the thing and go make a bronze one and go see if I can track down some iron real quick. Equip it first. Oh wow, that got snatched up instantly. I need more people making tools. When you have your workers working, have you noticed if higher quality tools last longer for the workers, or that? Because I noticed the higher quality ones actually give a higher yield. So I'm wondering if, like, if you're making iron picks or something like that, if there's still 1 a day, but you're just getting more yield out of everything that the dudes craft with them. I wasn't for sure how that was going to work. Oh man, did I not get those people in houses? Yeah, still got 2 needing houses. I think I finished a new house over there. Yeah. Everything's gonna be in the red for this. I gotta get water going, or these people are all gonna leave. Like, water seems to be the worst one right now, and everything else has got a decent amount of supply. So I'll just go make my own buckets and dump them in. Oh no, I don't want 67, I want 10. A little too much. Dump this in the well, and that'll keep me set for a little while once that gets done. A bronze pick real quick. Can I? Oh no. Oh, I gotta liberate the mountain region first. But this one, yeah. Gotta construct a watchtower there, which I thought I already had a building set up to do that, but I clearly do not. All right, a little work to do here. An extra sword, just so I'll have it. We're gonna go up here and slay us a warlord. Maybe. Alright. Maxed out the durability for axes. I seem to be chopping trees more than I do anything else. That's probably not a bad idea. Don't really need that camp right now. I keep freaking out because I think For some reason in my head, I have it wrapped up that when I liberate an area, that's where I have to build my next town. But I keep forgetting that those two things are completely unrelated. Like I can build the extra town wherever I want it. Yeah, I've definitely got to say though, out of several of the newer games that I've played lately, I have been really impressed with this one. Like just the fact that everything just seems to work right out of the box is really nice. I kind of hope I'm a little disappointed with the fact that they claim that they're in 1.0 right now, but they're still very obviously developing things for the base game. It's like I really hate how companies keep pushing they keep pushing the margins on what things mean. You know, like you'll have a company that says they're doing a beta test when really it's just a stress test, or people will say, "Oh, we're early access," but then they're like, 7 days to die, where they stay in it for 11 years. And then like this game claims it's 1.0, but it's like 1.0 means your game should be done. If you are programming stuff at that point, you're fixing bugs, and otherwise you're working on content for a major DLC or an expansion. So it's like, but the fact that they're adding like they're still going through and adding new things to the game, they don't quite have their legacy system figured out yet. Am I not going to climb on this rock? This is annoying. And then they're adding in the city attacks, like where they can invade your cities and stuff like that. It's like that's all very clearly still 1.0 stuff. It's like you guys probably should have not called this 1.0. Oh, this only takes 3 workers. Okay. I might even have enough workers to dedicate to this like right now before this ends. Yeah, like version control is, it's very ridiculous now. I just really hate it when they, people try to change meanings of words that already exist. And like 1.0 is one of those things. It's like, this is already established to mean something. Stop trying to repurpose it. That's when language starts falling apart, when 12 different people are in a room and all 12 of them have a different idea for what a word means. Like that's why people don't get along anymore. They don't know how to communicate. Yeah, something like that, somewhere in that vicinity. I don't mess around with Java too much, just occasionally when having to do like an update or something like that because of Minecraft, because I still play Java Minecraft. I'm not interested in the new version that Microsoft made. JavaCraft is where it's at. Let's see. This thing wants bamboo also. Angry it makes me. I think there's some bamboo fairly close to here though, so maybe it won't be too bad. Oh, was it 23 that just came out? I was thinking it was 22, but I couldn't remember. It complained at me at some point and made me it whined enough that I finally updated it, but I couldn't remember what the version number was on it, to be honest. Yeah, I thought there was like a small set of bamboo that I came through over here somewhere. I need to just start carrying bamboo on me. It never seems to fail. That I get somewhere and need it and then don't have any on me. Go away, pig. I don't want to play with you right now. So do you do work in the tech field in some form? Oh, there's the bamboo. I knew it was over here somewhere. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, you seem to understand a lot of the lingo pretty well, so I was assuming that you worked in the industry somewhere. I don't want to play with the bear either. Go away. I'm hoping by the time I get into the iron armor, I'll be able to stand against a bear pretty well and not have problems. I did it before I got this armor and it was not pretty. Get up on a ledge somewhere and just shoot him with a bow and be done with it. No, got a little more than I needed. Or maybe not. Oh, you do just shoot at the bears? Yeah, it's kind of what I was figuring was probably going to be the way to handle them, but I didn't know. Imagine that. I'm out of straw again. Never-ending cycle. This wheat. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured would happen. They basically one-shot me without this armor, so I was like, yeah, I'll get this armor and it'll be like two-shot. I definitely felt a lot better off in fights against other humanoids when I finally got this armor, because I basically just ran around with a shirt before. I didn't have hardly anything else. Like I had like 9 armor or something like that. 7. It was low. Alright, need to find some grass. There's, is that grass or is that more wheat? I think that's more wheat. That's not helping me. Random pair of shoes. Okay. Take it. It's gonna be like the one place with no grass. It's like, don't these guys know I'm in a hurry? Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna go that direction. Yeah. I mean, it would be really cool if they did, but I mean, looking at some of their other games that they've made, they haven't really done a ton beyond the base scope of their previous games. They seem to just move on to new games. So like each one of their games gets slightly more complicated than the last, but they don't seem to do a whole lot of upgrades within the same game, which is unfortunate. I had thought about for the longest time trying Medieval Dynasty, but I just couldn't get myself to pull the trigger on that one. But then when I saw this one, I was like, oh man, I love Japanese culture. I am totally buying this. Especially the feudal Japan era. Being that you play this game, did you watch the Shogun series on Hulu? Yeah, absolutely amazing TV series. Did you watch it in the subtitled Japanese, or did you watch the translated, like the one where they did it in English? Yeah, well, the really neat thing about the one that they did in English is it looks like they, like, almost all of those actors have done acting in like in America in English. Like the main character, his character's name was Toranaga. Like he was like the main one of the kind of the main guy the story was over. I mean, I'm sure you know who he is, but I'm blanking on his actual name at the moment. But he was in Last Samurai with Tom Cruise and spoke English, in that entire movie. I mean, like, he spoke very little Japanese in it. So as far as I could tell, I watched through the series 2 times with the Japanese with subtitles. Yeah. He was in John Wick also. But I watched through it in Japanese with subtitles 2 times, and then I was like, well, I just kind of want to watch the English one to see what's going on with it. I didn't get crazy deep into it because my wife decided she wanted to watch it, so then we decided to go back and watch through it again in Japanese with subtitles. But it seems like the one that is in English is the exact same show with all of the actors actually voice acting the whole thing in English. So it's like the same actors, so you're getting this, like, their actual voices doing it in English. I don't know if every single actor was like that, but that's what it sounded like to me. I mean, obviously the main character, the actual main character of the story, he pretty much spoke English the whole time. It's supposed to be from England, so that one was obvious. But yeah, the rest of the actors that were all speaking in Japanese throughout the rest of the show, it looks like they just had them re-speak the parts in English and they just kind of dubbed over it. So that it's actually kind of cool that way, because it's the same actors and things don't look crazy. I'm actually kind of wondering if they actually redid some of the speaking scenes, because it even looked like the lip syncing was, like, it didn't look like they were speaking in Japanese, but English words were coming out. Like, it actually looked like they were speaking in English. So I'm like, did they, like, shoot this show twice? Because there was only 10 episodes, and so they did one completely in English and then one completely in Japanese with subtitles. And I've been wanting to go back and verify that since then. I just keep forgetting to do it. So I may just be slightly misremembering how well it looked, but yeah, I was kind of surprised with that. I mean, the fact that it's only 10 episodes, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. So, you know, like that wouldn't be crazy out there that they would do that. Warrior? Seems like I've seen that. Is that on Netflix? It seems like I've seen that advertised somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I've always been crazy into Asian culture just in general. Like it's always been a big thing. Like I studied martial arts for a lot of years when I was younger. You know, I took Japanese in college, and you know, I used to watch tons of you know, like Bruce Lee movies and stuff like that back in the day. I was always a big fan of like Jean-Claude Van Damme, not necessarily because he was a cool guy, but just because he was a martial artist. So yeah, Shaolin Kung Fu. Way further away from that than I thought I was. Yeah, it was good stuff. I did a little Taekwondo, and by a little I mean like a couple of weeks worth. There was the place that I was taking classes from. There was another school really close that was Taekwondo, and the two owners knew each other. So they kind of worked out little deals to where it's like, hey, you know, if you want to do both places, you know, we'll make you a deal on it, and they would let you take a couple of weeks worth of classes for free as well. And I liked it all right, but it just really wasn't quite the thing that I was into. I liked Shaolin much better, so I just kind of stuck with the one. Plus it was like, you know, doing Shaolin 3 days a week and then doing Taekwondo 3 days a week. It was like I was never home. So dang it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Wushu would have been pretty cool. Oh yeah, you didn't like it? Yeah, I was like a yeah. I used to do a lot of things with stuff like that. I've got I'll grab them here real quick. I don't think anybody will shoot me for showing weapons on Twitch, but or at least hopefully they won't. Man, I have not done anything with these things in a while, but I have I brought both of them so you could see that I had the pair, but it's a pair of carbon spring steel hand forged butterfly swords. They're actually not real heavy at all. They're very light. It's just the scabbard is actually far heavier than the than the sword is. They're very lightweight. These are not sharpened. They look like they're sharpened, but the edges are actually dulled on them. And I actually used to practice with these quite a bit. I've got another one here that it's extremely light. It's an old Tai Chi sword. This one is also handcrafted carbon spring steel. Exceedingly light. It's an insanely light weapon. And let me see. The carbon spring steel is really bad about taking damage from getting like where you touch them and like the oils, but proof that it's carbon spring steel. Really, really nice blade. Super, super light. Really fun to play with. This one is actually sharpened, which is why I was using the towel for it. This is one of the first swords that I actually sharpened myself. So it's really sharp, and yeah, I didn't want to slice myself all to pieces with it. Yeah, these were all of the swords that I have were made by a I guess he's Asian, but he's an American swordsmith. His name is Paul Chen. I don't know if you know who he is or not. He was a fairly famous sword maker a while back. And then I also, of course, you know, being big into Japanese and Asian stuff, of course, have a katana. So it is also a high carbon spring steel katana. It is also razor sharp. This was a fairly expensive sword. It's a few $1,000s. So I mean, it's not from Japan, but it is made by a Japanese swordsmith, handcrafted. So I've had this for a long time, but really, really nice, insanely light. I mean, I have had katanas previously, you know, like ones that you would get out of magazines or something. You pay like $100 for them and stuff, and they're generally like 440 stainless, and they're insanely heavy and crazy. Like the weight on them is just nuts. They're really, really heavy. This thing is so light. I mean, I can hold it with 2 fingers. The weight on it is absolutely nuts, and it is a phenomenal weapon. Like the katanas are just, I mean, they are absolutely crazy. How nicely built of a weapon it is, especially for the era that they're from. Wait, was that a pig that was it? Yeah, pig trying to kill me. But yeah, I actually there was a place quite a few years back that I worked in a mall, and it was a guy that owned a they kind of had like the kiosks and stuff that was in a mall, and he had a fairly large one, and he sold knives and swords and things like that. You know, back when Lord of the Rings was big, he had all the, you know, like the Lord of the Rings swords that you could get, and, you know, like the replicas and stuff like that. And he kept a lot of that stuff in because people thought it was really neat. And I actually special ordered this sword. But I worked for him for a while, and that's where I picked up a lot of the weapons at, because he would give them to me at cost. And so a lot of them were really cheap. I think the 2 butterfly swords that I got, I actually paid like, I think the retail on them were like $199 a piece, and I think I got the pair of them for like $150. And that was, you know, 20 years ago or 25 years ago, something like that. So yeah, they were pretty nice. They would be significantly more expensive in today's economy. But yeah, cool pieces of props for considering the game that I'm playing. So, how many times does Asmongold pull out swords on a stream? Fuck that guy. Watch, he's gonna watch this video randomly one day, and then he's gonna like have swords on stream just because. Because you know, Asmongold's wasting time watching people like me. Yeah. I love how that's such a thing. It is like you could kind of tell that like that's such a meme that he doesn't like that he doesn't actually smell. There have been too many times where he has been around girls, you know, like he's had you know, like different places that he's been in. Like he's done some streams from his normal streaming room, and then he's also on that what's it called, something in coffee. I don't hardly ever watch that one, but I mean, you know, like there's a girl in that one as well, and it's like girls smell things differently than guys do. If he stank, you'd be able to tell it on her face, especially when she was like in the same, like in his streaming room with him. It's like if he stank, she would show it. Like her nose would be curled or something, like something, there'd be some way that you'd be able to tell that where she's just like, oh god, you stink. So yeah, totally meme, but yeah, pretty funny. I've actually considered starting a new phenomenon, which is reacting to React videos. I don't think anybody's doing that yet. But I've considered reacting to some of Asmongold's React videos just for shits and giggles, because it would be funny. Really? That's hilarious. Yeah, doing so I graduated from university with a computer science degree, and I don't think we ever had that problem. Like that was never a thing that came up. I mean, now granted, it's like I only graduated probably what is this, 2024? So it's been, I don't know, it's been about 8 years now since I graduated, so it's not been that long ago. But yeah, I mean, like never had that sort of issue with people. I mean, occasionally in college in general, you're gonna run into that one, like a random dude that just stinks and doesn't shower or whatever, but it was not a running joke even in the CS department. So no, but it has the date on it. So like for whatever reason, I can't just go, oh, it's 2025. I have to look at my watch and go, oh, it's 2020. It's 2024 right now. It's actually really funny that they left that in there, though. I mean, maybe they actually kind of left it in there as a bit of a joke, but that's actually amusing. Generally, the biggest problems that we had in our CS classes were like all of the things that they would talk about in there that were, you know, like the kind of behind the scenes thing was that most people that work in CS department or like just in computer science in general are generally fairly rude people and don't work well with others. And I'm like, yeah, checks out. And that they hate documenting their own code. That was the other one. Ah, stamina. God, the head of our CS department was a woman, and I mean, not that that's a problem, but it was just not. It was fairly unique because you didn't see a whole lot of women in engineering at the age that she would have been to become the head of the department. So it was just like a little odd, but man, she was such a stickler for, like, we would have to write paragraphs. Like, she basically made it to where we hated writing documentation. Like, you would have to put a framed box at the top of every C file, at the top of every header file. Anything that you did, you had to put a giant box at the top of it explaining what the entire file's goal was. and then you had to go in and document every single line of code that you did. She basically wanted to make it so painful so that when we actually got out and worked in the force and realized that you didn't even need to do a quarter of that, that we would still do a relatively decent job, because we were just so used to writing a dissertation as documentation for, you know, for every piece of code we wrote. It was also funny as well when I took I forget what the number for the class was. It was CS 201 maybe, I think is what it was. It was object-oriented programming is what we were doing, and I was a non-traditional student, so you know, like I went to school a lot later in life. So there were a lot of things that I understood about programming that the average student didn't understand, because you know they were still pretty fledgling in it, and I kind of toyed around with it as a hobby for a lot of years. I read a lot of books on my own on the side, and so I understood a lot of things and knew how to do a lot of things that other people didn't know how to do right out of the gate. And I remember going in, I actually got called into the head of the department's office once, and she wanted to complain at me because she thought I had went out on the internet and copied a piece of code. And so she made me come into her office and explain to her exactly step by step what the code was doing, because she thought I just copied and pasted it and had no idea. Because she's like, we've never taught this in class, so how do you know how to do this? And I'm like, do people in your class also not read? I mean, it's like, even if I didn't know how to do it before the class started, at the very least I would have, like, you're in engineering school, I would have read so that I understood how it worked before I put it in you know, a piece of classwork. It's like, I mean, because by this time, you know, you'd already taken all 4 semesters of calculus. Like, you had proven at that point that you were reasonably intelligent and, you know, could do the work. So it's like, why are you quizzing people at this point on whether or not they understand the material that they're putting in it just because you didn't teach it in class? It's like, the way that you taught this in class was inferior. I made it better. I knew a better way to do it. It's like, isn't that the whole point behind programming, is to learn and improve things and make things better? It's like, you should be excited that I did something that you didn't teach in class. That means I'm actually going out and learning. It was so funny though, because I thought I was in so much trouble. I was like, I have no idea what I did. Why is the dean of this college trying to get me, you know, the head of the department trying to get me to come in and talk to them about something? I'm like, I've never done this. Has never happened before. I was so freaked out. Yeah. I mean, and when it comes to something like, that's the sad part about it, is after attending college, I really feel like programming would be something better learned in a trade school. It's like, I understand some of the reasons why, you know, a lot of people talk about college being great, but it's like, for the cost of going to college these days, you don't need a certification to be a programmer, or to, you know, to graduate CS and lead a team. Like, you don't need a certification for that. It's not like, you know, it's not like getting your medical degree, or, you know, a license to practice law or something like that. It's like, there's no government formed associations that you have to be a part of in order to be a programmer, or, you know, work on a programming project. So the fact that you have to go to college for some of this stuff is just like, I really wish I hadn't have done it and would have went a different way. It's like, when colleges were cheaper, you know, and it was more reasonable to do some of this stuff, then it was really good, because you were getting a really well-rounded education, and, you know, you were kind of you know, they would make you a little more worldly if you know, hadn't got out and seen a lot of things, which is, you know, really good. You really want your engineers to be able to think out of the box. you know, and understand different ways that different people do things, and you know, all of that kind of stuff. But I don't know how much of an ordeal that is anymore, especially where, you know, like you just had to take so many other kinds of classes. And it was one of the things that really blew my mind about doing a CS degree at the college that I went to, which was linear algebra was not a requirement. And it's like, depending on what you're doing in programming, that's probably one of the most important classes you could take. And it was not a requirement. And I was like, how is this a thing? So I actually took that as an elective. I took linear algebra as an elective. But then they also made us take like CS4, the 300 series CS class that I took, which was basically I think it was the third electrical engineering class, because we had to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Linear algebra was a requirement in most other colleges. I don't know why it wasn't here. Was the part that that's the part that baffled me. But then honestly, the school that I went to for engineering is far more well known for its medical school than it is for its engineering school. So I mean, that's probably why. But yeah. Man, the inventory is getting so full. I keep picking up all these eggs too, it doesn't help. Oh, eigenvalues, yeah. I mean, to be fair, probably the majority of what you need from linear algebra that you would use in programming is primarily going to be done when programming something in 3D space. So like, it's going to be really limited, you know, like if you're actually working with, you know, probably some sort of software dealing with like astrophysics, or if you're programming a video game. It's like, those are probably the two biggest places that you would be working in a three-dimensional space while programming. And the amount of stuff that you need to know for that, you probably could have been taught as an add-on to some other class. Like, you probably didn't really need to, you know, like the necessity of taking linear algebra as an entire course probably wasn't really necessary. The only problem with this particular engineering college, though, is I didn't feel like they really gave you that part that you needed to know in any other class. And that's what I was kind of getting at previously, was, you know, the CS degree, which I don't remember what you said your degree ended up being, if you did comp sci or you did something else, but comp sci here, it was basically 50-50 programming and electrical engineering. So you actually, if you graduated with a comp sci degree, you were 3 classes away from also having a double major with EE. So you had to take a lot of electrical engineering courses. Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, I went for business management because I knew at some point I wanted to own my own business designing software. So I was like, yeah, that's what I really want to do. Not because I like business, but because it's important to understand if you're going to run one. Did I get this bear trapped again? Sometimes you can like run around edges and they'll get caught on stuff, and then you can just kind of pick them off, like this one here. He's oh no, I did hit him. Okay. I also find it amusing in this game the fact that arrows don't stick into your enemies. Like they'll just, like, they hit them and do damage and then like fall to the ground. Usually the final hit that kills them, it'll be stuck in them, but the rest of them are just like littered on the ground around them. And of course it's dark, so I can't even see where all the arrows are. I'll have to wait until daytime to be able to find the rest of them. Though, I mean, at the rate that I've been playing and how little I actually shoot arrows, I like run out of them. Oh wait, did I hit the... Yeah, I hit the bottom of the stairs here. Stuck into that pretty well. Oh, there's another one in the stairs. Nice. But yeah, the EE 300 class that I had to take, the professor, like the entire first 2 days of class, he was a really old professor, and he came in with things like, you know, like fuses and tubes from like old school tube-based computers, and like old data punch cards, and like literally came in with like 5 1/4 inch floppies and stuff like that, because he thought he was going to get an ooh-ah out of all the people there, like, oh, look at all the kids that don't know what all this stuff is. And it's like, if you're in an engineering class and you don't know what a 3 1/4 inch floppy is, something's wrong. Maybe you've never seen one because they haven't been used in a long time, but there's no way you're in this and you don't know what it is. Even like punch cards, it's like people have heard of that stuff before. They may have never seen one, but you know, it's not because, you know, there's something like awe-inspiring or amazing. It's literally because it's outdated, worthless technology. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's one of the jokes that he actually made in the class was like, oh, somebody 3D printed the save file, the save icon. I was like, I don't think anyone ever said that, or if they were jerking your chain, man. But yeah, I mean, that was literally the first 2 classes, like, you know, and he had things like hard drives, you know, just like old school, like disk platter based hard drives that he had taken apart and passed around, you know, just like the disk, the platter that was actually inside of them and stuff like that. And it's like, this is cool, but this is supposed to be a 300 level engineering class. Why are we playing with ancient technology? I mean, it literally is ancient in electronics, you know, dating. It's like if this equipment was people, it's like we're looking at stuff that's like 4 generations old. It's like we would literally be exhuming corpses right now. It's like, why are we doing this? So yeah, it was like a really laid back class. It didn't really do much. The coolest thing about that class is we ended up having a project where we had to build, the thing that we decided to build was a brushless DC motor, which was a lot of fun to do, because we got broken up into teams of 4, and one of the guys that was in my team, his uncle was a project lead for Lexmark, and we have a Lexmark in the local area. So he talked to his uncle, and we actually went into a you know, basically an engineering lab inside of Lexmark, and we built our DC brushless motor in a Lexmark lab. So like we were sitting around in like millions of dollars worth of like printer equipment and stuff, because they had like prototype printers and stuff like that in there that they were working on. It was so freaking cool. And we went in super late at night, so it was just like, it was his uncle, who was the engineer that worked there, that let us in, and then like the 4 of us. And he basically just sat there and watched. He's like, here's all the tools, anything you need, just let me know. So we just got to sit in there, and he supplied us with some Hall sensors, and that was it. Everything else we kind of did on our own. It was so much fun though. And we ended up building the best, probably the best motor that the class had seen in a while. The professor kept it, and as far as I know, it is still on display at the university. But we made it with like PVC piping and stuff, but we got that thing to spin so freaking fast. Like a lot of other people did brushless DC motors and things like that as well, but their stuff would just like spin super slow. Like this thing would hurt you if you tried to stop it. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was really fun. But we put some pretty beefy magnets on them, and like we affixed we had a PVC cross pipe, so it was just like a section of cross PVC pipe, and it was probably an inch in diameter on the pipe, and then we put some pretty beefy magnets on them and actually attached them with epoxy. So so it had some good power behind it, and man, we used we were using like a nail as our catalyst, and we wrapped that thing so many times. It definitely had some good power on the spin. It was really nice. It had a really good hum. Like it was the class that we were in was like one of the big auditorium classes. I guess it probably would hold like 300 or so students, and you could hear the thing hum through the entire auditorium. It was great. Like there were a handful of things that I did in college that I'm really excited to have been a part of, and that was one of them. I had a really good time with an EE280. My EE280 professor was really well known, and I got to the point to where I understood that class. Like, I don't remember shit about the class anymore, but at the time I understood the class so well that I started tutoring other students before exams. And the professor walked in one day and saw me tutoring the people, and he's like, "I think you understand this better than my grad student TA." And he actually went to the board and tried to get me on. I mean, obviously at EE280, I was an undergraduate still. He tried to get me on as an undergraduate teacher's assistant, and they wouldn't go for it. But if that would have happened, I would have been the only undergraduate teaching assistant that the school had ever had. And I really wish it would have worked out, because I think I would have remembered the content better. Like, I really had a good time with that class. It was a lot of fun. So I think it would have been really cool to have gotten to do that. But I mean, I think a lot, like some of the things that I got the advantage of having was just being an older student. Because I mean, I started college like in my 30s, like mid to late 30s. So like I wasn't afraid to get up and talk to people in front of class. It's like, like I worked for a movie theater at one point. Like, I don't know if you have Cinemark theaters where you're from, but I worked in a movie theater once. Like we had IBM come in. They did their IBM movie day, and this will carbon date me a little bit, but I was working in the movie theater when the movie A Bug's Life came out. And so IBM did an IBM day and brought, basically paid for the entire building to come in and watch A Bug's Life in the theater before the theater opened, early in the day. And I got scheduled to work that. So we had 6 theaters full of IBM employees watching A Bug's Life, and they basically had just enough seats for all of the employees. And I got picked to be the dude that had to go stand at the front of the theater with like 100 random IBM employees in there saying, "Hey guys, you guys all need to pick up your coats and kind of like scoot over, because there's not enough seats for you guys to put coats and stuff like that in the seat next to you. We're pretty packed in here, so we need everybody to kind of like move in and let people in, and make sure we're getting people in all the seats, because there's basically just enough of you to fit all of the seats." So I got to be the guy that had to go in front of every single one of the auditoriums and give that same speech, because everyone else was too chicken to do any kind of public speaking. So when by the time I got into college, I was over all that shit. Like, I just didn't care. So we're in an auditorium classroom with 300 students in it. I'd be like, "Yeah, I know the answer to that." Like, I didn't give a shit. I was beyond caring at that point. So that actually got me into being able to do a lot of cool things that I don't think a lot of people get to experience in college, because most of the time when people go into college straight after high school, they have a lot of problems with public speaking and being willing to just get out there and do shit and not really caring what anybody thinks about it, kind of thing. So I think that got me into a lot of things that I probably would not have experienced had I done that earlier in life. Yeah, Bug's Life was pretty cool. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I could definitely, I could definitely see that being a thing. Oh, look at that. I have exactly 3 workers available. All right, now let's go kill that warlord that we set out to kill like an hour ago. Actually, I may end up having to go back to town and get food. I'm completely out. Oh, can I eat these? No, these are bad. Can't eat those. I was actually starting to lose health from being too low in food. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, when you think about it, that's one of the things that I always find, you know, kind of wrapping back around to the whole like DEI thing and, you know, just like homosexuality and all that kind of stuff in the world. It's like when you think about how complicated the human body is, it's like it's very reasonable for all of these like weird versions of humans to exist, you know, that you know, kind of defy what most people consider to be the norm. And, you know, it's like there's no reason why this stuff shouldn't exist. It's like why some people act like it's an abomination is beyond me. It's like the number of trillions of different chemical reactions that are going on inside your body at any given time, you know, through development and everything else. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's just like the way that, you know, that even males and females have outlooks on different things in life. I mean, everything, it's all just completely different. People are at different stages in their life, and, you know, like you and your girlfriend may be at the same stage at life at some point, but it will be at 2 completely different ages. And it's like the weird anomaly of how men hate going to the doctor, and, you know, but then women live longer. And it's like, well, they probably live longer because they go to the doctor more frequently and get early detection on finding things that are going to kill them. And then still men, with as smart as we allegedly are, don't go to the doctor. like we're like, oh yeah, I can see the correlation there. I still just don't want to go though. Oh man, I am super low in health. I am super low in food. This is going to end badly. I'm in a field full of bears. This is not good. I did pick some berries, so if I can get away from the bears, I should be able to at least fix the food thing. Okay. Food problems fixed for the moment. Oh, go away, bears. Oh, there's a little town of some sort here. Maybe I can buy some food in this place. And maybe a health pot or 2. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Although my wife is a little odd. So like I'm kind of the freak that gets into the doctor and going and doing stuff, and she's the one that just doesn't care. So she will live longer because I make her go to the doctor. Yeah, it's like we're definitely a backwards pair. Okay, so this is like a weird little town here, and they don't seem to really have any vendors, which is unfortunate. I was hoping I could like buy something, and it doesn't even have a fast teleport location in here. It doesn't look like, so I'm gonna have to hoof it back to town. Yeah, that's what I keep telling her. I don't think she agrees. Oh, okay. Thanks for speaking up and getting part of the chat, man. I appreciate it. Owner of the town's mansion. Good to know. What's up, Fluid? I don't know where I am in the game. I wouldn't expect anyone else to know. Oh, Iwasaki. I'm outside of Iwasaki. I did a bad thing today, Fluid. I went back to WoW. I couldn't handle it. Yeah, I know the fast travel down here in the town. For some reason, I was thinking that other thing was like a piece. Oh, you were watching earlier? Wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say I didn't actually stream any of it, but yeah, you probably saw me like logged into it, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm just playing SOD. I'm not gonna play anything serious. It's not I'm not going back to classic or retail or anything like that. Oh, wait, did this guy have? Did I miss healing, or was this not the one that had it? This food? Yeah. Want to buy health? Yeah, I think I have enough people set up to where as soon as this season ends, I'll pick up 2 new regions. I should have the people constructing right now for the small plains bridge, and then if I can get up here and take out this leader, then this should complete the other portion. Man, I am actually kind of interested in doing that. Just for the simple fact that they're outlawing GDKPs. Like they've already said from the beginning that GDKP will be against the rules, and I'm like, that in and of itself is actually something that I'm interested in. I don't know about hardcore. I don't think hardcore would be something I would want to do. I enjoy raiding. I'm not that great at the game. I like raiding, and I like coming up with the strats for raids and stuff like that. But as far as, I mean, even just getting to 60 without ever dying, I don't know if I've ever actually accomplished that. Not that I've really ever tried, but hardcore was never really my interest level in playing games. They just kind of make you play in a way that's not fun to play. It's like you can do it, but you're like bottom feeding the whole time. If you're actually wanting to level fast, then you're gonna die. Was this the food vendor again? Mining vendor, that doesn't help any. Although they have a bunch of chisels. Oh, they actually have some iron ore. I could just buy a piece. That was the whole reason I started doing all this, was to get a piece. So that unlocked a smithy. So that probably will let me make chisels at the smithy. I bet that's what we were missing earlier. Oh yeah, I'll die and I will get extremely mad and cuss and swear on stream, and yeah, a lot of people will laugh. I'm sure it would be great content. I hate you. Just saying. Oh God, Tank, you're still here? I thought you went to bed. Disconnection underwater. That would be so awful. Uh, Fluid, did you see that Firecat exists in SOD? Let's see, where is the other vendor? I think these are going to be refugees outside here, maybe? No? Yeah. Don't really need them right now. Yeah, there's apparently a quest line that you can do in SOD now that gives you an item that allows you to be a Firecat in Druid Cat form in SOD. It's not the same graphic as the one from Cataclysm, because Cataclysm has higher definition graphics. But yeah, they added that into the game for Druids. And also, it looks like in the next patch, Druids are going to be insanely broken. So what I'm playing is a bear tank, and I'm going to get a Firecat stick and have a random Firecat ability, just cause. I don't know. I mean, considering the fact that you can do the raids in about 45 minutes, even in Bloody's group, I think it's going to be okay. I mean, they one night clear with 2 teams, you know, in like 45 minutes. It's like I'm fine with putting that much dedication level back into WoW. It's like I don't want to get into doing any like crazy 3 and 4 night a week stuff like we were doing previously, or running raids again or anything like that. But just to go in and play, I think it would be fun. Plus, where they're adding all the new stuff, I kind of want to experience the new things that they're going to add. I keep going back into the same freaking room because I'm an idiot. Is that the only 2? I thought there were 3 vendors in this town. Maybe the other one's just too far away to see on the mini or on the compass right now. Oh wait, nope. Yeah, no, it's just the 2, the mining and the food. All right then. All right, so that unlocked a smithy for me. So yeah, I just need to go take out this this leader over here. Hopefully I can do that in this gear and it won't be too bad. Yeah, it's what I was thinking, but normally you can see them on the compass. You can see their icon on the compass from pretty far away, but I'm just seeing the 2. I'm not seeing the 3rd one for some reason. I wonder if he's like way out somewhere, or maybe he wanders to another village or something. I can see these 2. There's like one in this building. Was it right here? Oh, it's this guy here, the mining trader, and then the other one is in the building right across there, or was. Looks like they might have moved outside now. Yeah, food trader is here, but I don't see any other icons anywhere. And like when I get way over here, I can still see those 2 guys. So I don't know where the 3rd vendor is, unless I'm thinking of the wrong town. Maybe it's Segi that has the 3 vendors that I was thinking of. Or maybe he just wanders like way over here somewhere, goes in the cave or something. I was actually really excited to find out that there's iron in the back of this cave. What's up, Matisti? Oh wow, I haven't found garlic before. I don't think. Got plenty of that. Oh, maybe I have found garlic. Oh, maybe not parsley. Yeah, there we go. Parsley's new. Seed bags for the win. TC just comes in here and tries to gamble away all of his fur because he doesn't want to be a furry. And then he keeps winning and gaining more. Horrible curse. I don't need simple arrows, but I do want these mushrooms. Oh, you lost them all. We'll just have to come back and earn more. Man, I really hope the developers keep pushing new content for this game for a little while. That they'll kind of do a little more with this one than they've done with other ones in their past. This game has been so much fun. I actually was planning on, I was only planning on streaming for like 4 hours today, and the stream is, we're almost 7 hours in right now. And I was expecting to, I was like really into WoW, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, so I'm gonna get on, I'm gonna stream for 4 hours, then I'm gonna go back to WoW and play. I was like, I just can't put the game down, I just keep wanting to play. What do we got in the question mark up here? Curiosities, I've got to know. No, I'll never get away from WoW. One way or the other, I'll be doomed. I almost kind of want to play the fresh classic server. I don't think I will do it. But I thought I was completely done with WoW and wouldn't go back, and I like every single little bad piece of press that's come out about WoW, I'm like, yeah, those fuckers. I'll never play that crappy game again. But it's not working. I can't escape it. WoW Anonymous, it's a real thing that should exist. Oh, don't tempt me, Fluid. I hate you. Stop it. Look, the big reason that it's taken me so long to get back into playing this time was because I'm like, well, if I go back, I have to play with bloody shots. But if there's actually people there that I like, that's going to make it harder to avoid. Wait a minute. Am I? Oh, is this just like a locked portion? Maybe I have to go down here in order to access this? I was kind of surprised that it was like, oh no, here it goes. It might actually let me cross the water here. Yeah, Matisse, do you know what the quest line is to get the Fire Cat for SOD? I know it was something big. Was it like Thunder Fury? Well, I'm hitting some kind of a wall here, and so I'm afraid I'm going to get like out in the middle of the water and then not be able to cross. Oh, it's Ragnaros. Okay. Ah, I'm like drowning. I'm not swimming across that. You're trying to kill me. Oh, are you talking about Hand of Ragnaros? Oh, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I mean it's fair. If you're gonna become a fire cat, it should be bestowed upon you by the Fire Lord. Truth be told, Fluid just wants to be a flaming furry. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's just what he wants. Maybe I'll be able to swim across over here where it's, maybe it'll get a little more shallow or something. Or it may have been because my stamina was low, I don't know. I didn't actually know that there was any water deep enough here to drown, to be honest. Like everything that I've gone through so far has been like you just walk through it. So now I'm like really afraid to go over there because it's going to take forever to heal back up because I don't have any healing stuff on me. I wonder if that's something they like changed in a patch or if I just was in a bad spot. Oh, there's another burnt down village. Interesting. I have not been over here at all. It's not a new thing. I will warn you though, Fluid, if you do decide to get into it, Bloody Shots has some sort of a thing that turns you into a goblin, and he likes harassing people with it. And unfortunately, it overwrites cat form, so you can't even shapeshift out of it. I guess technically I could swim across here if I was quick. Oh no, it's actually not deep enough to have to swim across. Okay. Jesus, I ended up having to go almost all the way down there. I'm a giant chicken. Oh, he would. He hit me with it instantly. The XP gain over there is pretty nice. They have there's just a constant buff running. That's 150% extra XP and 300% more gold from quests. So it's like you can get caught up pretty quickly. No, I was in cat form when he hit me with it. That's how I knew it overrode cat form. Yeah, he did it. We all got together and ran BFD because it's still considered a raid zone. So if you get level 25 and go in there, you get like insane amounts of experience for killing the bosses. So a couple of people got together today and ran me through BFD when I hit 25, and I got like 3 levels out of like a 20-minute BFD run. And this road is really curvy. I think I'm just gonna go through the middle. Although I probably should take the curves to heal back up. But... It's kind of a cool place over here. I kind of want to make a fishing village. Have either of you guys playing this made a fishing village previously? Does it pay off well in fish, or am I having pipe dreams for having a cool way to get food? Oh, whoa. Yeah, aggroed from far away. Oh, rope for nets. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I need to pick that up. What do I want to drop? Stone arrow should be fine. Yeah, I haven't done anything to try to make any rope yet, so I had no idea how much of a pain it would be, excuse me, to craft it. Is this dude like gonna drown himself out here? Or am I the only one that can drown myself? loot the person, not pick up the copper yari. No. No. Is it? Am I gonna have to loot the grass? Is that what the problem is? There we go. Where's the sweet spot? Come on. There it is. And these guys kind of hurt. Stamina gain. I don't really need that so much right now. Finding some health potions in here would be nice because I was an idiot and left town without any. Of course not, that would be. I have chosen pain. Do you actually use like grass to make rope? Is that what it's made out of, or straw or something, or do you actually cut up like some sort of cloth to do it? That was not a good trade on hits for me. Straw? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's an idea. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm assuming the boss guy is the leader is gonna be inside of the compound somewhere. Maybe I'll look out and find some kind of healing something as I'm kind of crawling through here. That was a rough hit. I don't want to take on two at this low health. That's bad. I wonder if I can lead them off into the woods here and get them lost. I read something that they kind of like fixed that in the patch today or yesterday, whenever they had it, that they won't stay like lost out in the woods for as long anymore. Oh yeah, no, he's still sitting over there. Looked like he was walking back there for a moment, but oh no, there he is. Wonder if it'll eventually like just teleport back, or if they'll walk all the way. Run in here and train them all out and get them lost. Stop winning all the fur, Matisse. You almost have enough for 2 whole suits. Nothing hiding in any of these random boxes, unfortunately. See, if I was smarter, I would have taken the clothes from one of the dudes that I took out and dressed up like these guys and been like, hey, I'm one of you. I'm just looking for medical supplies. Since he's considering coming to play, coming over to play some SOD, you might be able to get him trapped somewhere and get him killed. Like, come on, Fluid, it's not a trap. I will take you and help you power level. Ah. Oh no. I didn't actually take too much damage from that guy. I wasn't terrible. Terrible idea trying to spend points while in the middle of this place, but no one ever said I was smart. Just gonna wait for that mind control, aren't you? Yeah, the ones with the spears seem like they're easier for me to fight in general, so. Oh, did the other guy walk away? Yeah, there's a box right here. Ah, it's got money in it. In here. Oh, there's one. Dang it. You really just don't want me to have any health going through this place. That's the goal, I think. I made some bad trades there. I really need to consider trying to move my parry button. I hate trying to use the alt button for that. Like that, like parry is really what they need to put on E. Like that's what E needs to be, is parry. Oh, geez, there's so many of them out there in the water. Are you guys like thugs or freaking walruses? What's going on here? Okay, much for that. Oh yeah. Actually, didn't even notice that myself. No. Ah. No. Oh God. Get away from me. Where did you come from? Oh God, there's another one. Not cool. One of the other things that I find mildly frustrating about this game is I haven't found a really fast way when you're targeting it, like focused on an enemy, to not focus the enemy anymore without hitting the T key. Like when you're trying to run away, that's a very hard button to get to. I think I'm starting to deal with respawns here. I may actually just have to leave and go get some healing materials. This is a bad idea. Bad idea is bad. Almost completely destroyed a bronze katana in the process. Or well, a bronze sword. It's not actually a katana. That's probably where the confusion was coming in from, Fluid, is I don't actually have a katana, it's a bronze sword. That's why he's holding it correctly. When I get a katana, he'll hold it completely screwed up. A katana is a very specific beast. Just being an Asian sword is not enough. Even just being an Asian curved sword is not enough. Though technically, I don't know, I don't think Japanese swords, even a bronze one, would have the shape of a katana. 'Cause I don't think the process for making a katana could be done with bronze. At least not reasonably. That's straw over there? Huh. I haven't seen any of that laying around since the initial, like, starting city. Let's see. I guess Iwasaki would be the best place to go back to. Teleport from there to somewhere else that will actually sell medicine. Wow, this is the longest stream that I've had in quite a while. Nice. There was another game that you could do that in. Oh, what was that? What was that game called? It was a very underrated game. It was an Asian version, essentially, of Grand Theft Auto. Like, basically everything you can do in Grand Theft Auto, you could do in this game. I'm completely blanking on the name of it right now. Yeah, yeah, you could unlock a supercar that had guns on it, and they had tons of races in that game, which I really hated because I don't like racing in games that aren't racing games, because they generally the controls are really wonky and it doesn't feel right, and I do terribly at them. So when I found out that you could use the supercar and then just blow up all of the competition, very happy. Very excited about that. Yeah, I actually played it on, it came out on Xbox 360. I played it there, and then they relaunched it on, I think it was the Xbox One. I can't remember if it was the One or the Series S, but one of the two during the era. And I picked it up and played it again because it was so much fun. That's one of those games that I can't believe they never made a sequel to. Like, it was so much fun to play. Because it was Grand Theft Auto, but it had like the Batman Arkham Asylum combat system. So you had like the really cool combos that you could do, and the counterattack system and all that kind of stuff. And it was just a really good game. It's like one of those things where it's just like you think a sequel to some games like that would just be a no-brainer, and then they just never happen. I passed it. You know, one of these days I'm just gonna learn and put a freaking way marker on it and then just run it that, because, you know, that would be the smart thing to do. Yeah, I just cannot think of the name of that game for anything right now. It'll come to me eventually. I'm surprised Kaz hasn't been in here and been like, here's the name of that game. Because he would totally know. Oh god, no beers. Ow. That rock was not happy with me. Want to buy city guards. I already found leaks. Oh, I've gotten wasabi before or not? Crap, I don't have space for it. Parsley right now? Yes, I have. Wait, what? Why did it pick the... Wait, did I just duplicate that? No, I think it just bugged out. Picked another one. It's really gonna drive me nuts trying to remember the name of that game now. Alright, what can I dump? Carrying way too much crap. Mineral storage. sickness medicine, some prayer beads. Yes, I can dump the straw in there because I totally won't need that later. Sleeping dogs, that's the one. Good job. That's the one. Such an underrated, really, really good game. Oh, these guys are so mad at me right now for making them all dehydrated. Wait, it was 500 in there. Why did it only give me 450? Drop the rest of it on the ground. There it is. Cheated me out of 50 water. Yeah, Sleeping Dogs was the game. Really, really cool game. Yeah. I'm assuming that when you build the, was it the tavern or the brewery or whatever it was, I'm assuming you get access to a better liquid that will give people liquid sustenance a little better. The basic brewery, yeah. I don't know if alcohol is, if they actually would consider that as a drink, or if it's more of a luxury item, maybe. But it seems like even with the advanced wells, like you just have to have tons of workers working these wells to do anything. So it seems like there should be a better version of liquid out there that's like more sustenance. Is sustenance even the right word? I don't know if that's the right word. Hydrating, yeah, that's probably a better word. Oh, wheat, yeah, I got some wheat. And I was carrying a bunch of crap I didn't need to carry. Mineral water. Is that actually a thing that you can make? Well, what I meant by a better quality system is normally like, you know, like if you take, like for example, the gobo is worth so much food, but if you just cook it, it becomes worth more food. So it's like gobo is more beneficial cooked than raw. So I'm just wondering if there's another type of things that you can combine together to make a drink that is more potent than its ingredients. Tea? Oh yeah, a tea house, I guess, something along those lines. What about wine? Because I see these wine berries. I don't know if those are intended to be grapes or what do you make with those? Yeah, anything's better than water. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Do you make tea from like the kitchen, or is there actually like a tea house option for that? I didn't recall there being anything else. Can do it in a kitchen? Okay. There is a tea house? Where is it? What is it under? It must be under something else that I'm not seeing. Is it like a village structure? No. Oh, service buildings. Oh, look at that. Is it the... Oh, there's the tea house. Oh, I still got to get to Central Plains. Yeah. Well, as soon as the season goes over, I should liberate the Central Plains. I just got to wait for the season to end. So I may be in trouble until that point. I may have grown too fast. 'Cause I don't think my dynasty is very happy with me right now. Oh wow, actually happiness is still climbing. I guess it's just because I have so much excess that even though I'm not producing more than I'm using, I have enough excess that it's keeping them happy. I need to do something about that spiritual. I need to figure out something to craft for that. Oh, you can make tea in the kitchen as well? I may need to make a second kitchen. Like I already have 2 cooking pots in here, and I don't. I'll turn it around. I might be able to add another one in somewhere else. Maybe. This seems like such a large building for only 2 cooking pots. Yeah, I can put one in that corner. This corner, maybe. Yeah, this one's cooking eggs just because. Oh, I need to get tea leaves. Yeah, I need to get that's what I was talking to Scissor about earlier. Was I've kind of just been letting the food go for a while and just crafting what I need to keep the thing floating, but I really need to sit down and like figure out what kinds of stuff I need to start trying to make. I really need to make a fishing village because I think that would help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, do I have any workers in this town that are free at the moment? I got so many of them out working on special projects. I don't know if I actually have anyone that's not employed at the moment. Yeah. Let's see if I can scrounge up a refugee or 2. I should probably cook a little food while I'm here. Yeah, that's fair. Does the tavern cook food better? Like, will it cook? Because I know, like, if you put your foragers on foraging like stone, they don't get anywhere near as much as if you have somebody collecting stone in like the mining facility. Like it has a much higher yield for work. Is the tavern similar, or is it roughly the same as the kitchen? But at that point, at least I could stop cooking the base stuff. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Man, that's a big building. I need to go this way a little bit more. It's like my... Is there a good way to tell, I mean, aside from just running out to the edge, how far away from the town bell you can go before you can't build anymore? Like, I can build way over here, but I can't build far enough out. Whoa. Oh, crap, the season ended. Well, I guess that's good. That should liberate 2 areas for me. Oh, there is a blue dome? Okay, I hadn't noticed that previously. I'll have to look at that real quick. I think I completed, well, I guess I won't liberate 2 places because I completed 2 projects, but I still need to take out the leader in the one area before I'll liberate it. I guess at the end of the day I can skip these. These like they always look the same. Oh, and there's the tea house. Nice. No, that's not gonna be Oh wow, like the dome like way out there in the trees? Is that the area? Like that's really huge. I didn't think it was that big. Oh wow, that is crazy. I did not realize that is a massive area. So that means I might actually be able to do some fishing huts around here, maybe. Oh, I bet this is going to be just far enough that I won't be able to get into the water over here. Yeah, look at that. I don't know if it would let me cheat and get in right there, if that would count. Yeah. So this place is actually inside of the dome, but I don't think I can build here. Or if it's just all the rocks that are causing the problem with this spot. Matisse won again. Okay, I see. I think it's just maybe I've been trying to place this wrong. It's just the very front that needs to be over water. Yeah, I see the water markers now. I thought with it being on stilts that you could just like build it in the shallows there, but might not be enough. What other object is blocking? Oh, wait, there he goes. Look at that. My very own fishing hut. I'll get to that later. That's exciting though. I thought I was completely landlocked with this village. Really wish you could get a better view when trying to build. Like I would like to see like a top down of my village or something like that, just like a much more broad view. Gotta replace that building at some point anyways. A tiny house. No sticks. See the stairwell there? I was like, why is that not completing? Or, well, not a stairwell, but you guys understood what I meant. Need more planks. A lot more planks. I feel like the 2 upgrades to the building hammer just isn't enough. That's enough, actually. I think to count them. Yeah. Oh, bark. Some chiseled stone. Grass, hot chiseled stone. Not too bad. Anything to build on the outside of this place? Not so much. Okay, good. I should have some chiseled stone over in the other village. Hey, new worker.
れにて失礼いた
Now,
す
here's the real question. Do I have room for you? I should have looked at that earlier. Make some bigger houses. Actually, in theory, wouldn't the chiseled stone be here if I had it? What am I doing with it? I'm not assign a worker to that? Half-Life 2 Matiste? Really? Are you playing Gary's mod? Wait, no? Did I have somebody get angry and leave? Am I forgetting? Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're totally making chiseled stone, and I'm not doing anything with it. Where's it all going? Yeah, they've used up like almost all of the freaking stone. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, much bigger stacks in here. Like holy crap. Yeah, they're supposed to be making 36 chiseled stone a day, and it's just like going nowhere. I don't know what's going on there. Let's go check it out, I guess. Was the one I did that at, wasn't it? I think I did it back at the original town. Surely not. I don't think I have anything made out of stone that's used for maintenance unless they just use it generically, and then that's really lame. Like if they'll use stone to repair all the wooden houses, that sucks. That is very possible. What's going on though? Wow, it said this season was almost over? I thought we just got to this season. Does spring and fall last less amount of time than summer and winter? Crap, I forgot the cooking pot. What do I need to make a cooking pot? Make it here. Or is that going to require like a blacksmith? I want to talk to you.
ご無事を祈り申す。
Yeah, I guess that actually uses like the blacksmith in order to create the cooking pot. I make one of those after all. There we go. Storage. Kind of back and forth about all the different storages. Like, it's kind of cool to have the variety, but it gets annoying when you can't just go to the general storage and access everything. I love that this thing will hit a bunch of these at the same time. Oh, this is kind of a nice looking building. Some clay for that. I think I have some like right behind the village here, so it shouldn't be too bad. Ah, crap. Yeah, at least I can access wood storage from here now. Wait, do I have a good pick on me? We'll make one. One copper pick, ready to go. Remember if there was any clay over here, if it was all behind the village. Like I ran across a big pile of it over here somewhere, but maybe I'm mistaken. Somewhere else I was frequenting, yes. I love how they give you the ability to get more stamina, but I wish they had a talent that you could buy that makes your stamina regenerate faster when you're out of combat, or just removes the stamina cost for running when not in combat. Or, you know, give us a horse. A horse would be cool too. Looks like a little clay over there. Might be enough. I only needed like 12. Horses didn't exist. Nice. I guess all this clay and stuff respawns too. I didn't even think about that. I have definitely cleared off this little slate before. Should be enough for a little while anyways. I haven't been using a lot of clay, though I have the feeling that I may be getting into a lot of it sooner than later. Boom. Blacksmith, anvil. What else did we get? Nothing? That's unfortunate. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's the katana. Oh, I gotta get Eastern Swamps to unlock the simple katana. Which at the end of the day is probably just an iron sword. Oh, that's a It actually says steel sword. I wonder if that was a typo. Maybe not. This is kind of cool. Oh, finished another day and they're wanting for something. They're very unhappy. Always very unhappy. This should allow me to make a bronze pick though now, right? No? Oh, that's right. I needed the mountain region to get that. Masterwork pick. Oh, interesting. Not here. All right, guys, I think I may call it here for the night. It is 2 minutes until 5 a.m. So this is quite a bit later than I usually stream. I usually try to go a little later on the weekends anyways, but we had a lot of people in here talking, so I figured I'd keep it rolling for a while, see how it went. But I generally stream 5 nights a week. I do every night except for Monday and Tuesday nights, which I plan to be working on YouTube videos and stuff like that on those days, so hopefully I'll have up some soon. Haven and Scissor, thanks a lot for getting involved in the chat tonight. I really appreciate it. It's always fun to get in here and kind of chat with people and BS about things. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and definitely consider giving a follow and coming back and watching when I'm doing some more stuff in the future. I'll be playing this game on stream for the next 2 days, and then after Monday and Tuesday, when I come back on Wednesday, I'll actually be doing Stalker 2 during live streams, which means I will probably put this game on the wayside for a little bit, and then once I finish with Stalker 2, if I don't have anything else that I'm going to stream, I will probably come back and play this game some more, because I'm really having a lot of fun with it, and it seems to be generating a lot of fun conversation for stream, so I would like to play this on stream more than just playing it by myself. So that's probably something that I will get on the list to get back into soon, but I'll be doing this for at least the next 2 days, so we'll see how much I complete in those windows, and then I don't know what I'm going to be doing after Stalker 2 as far as big games. The next big game that'll be on the horizon is probably going to do Monster Hunter Wilds, just for some fun, see how it goes. Oh yeah, thanks. I keep forgetting you're here, Tank, but I really appreciate you getting in the conversation earlier in the evening. It was great having people to talk to. But yeah, come back and give us a visit when I'm streaming next. Whenever you have free time. Like I said, always enjoy getting to chat with people while doing some stuff. I'll probably do a little bit of WoW from time to time. I'm not going to flood the stream with nothing but WoW. There's plenty of places to see that elsewhere, but I'll probably get like my one raid night in a week. I'll probably do that on stream, so it'll probably be 1 or 2 hours worth of streaming that night while I'm collecting some stuff up and things along those lines. Yeah, if I get seriously into raiding again, like later on, maybe I'll do more. But for now, I'm keeping it light, and we'll see if I go to any more with it or not. But yeah, for all the new people that are out there tonight, if you're lurking and enjoying what you're seeing, make sure and toss me a follow and come back and watch us again. And I will see you guys in a future stream, hopefully. Have a great night, everyone.